Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, I'm doing this like super late. I was already running a little bit late, as I usually do. And then the last debate panel show I went on, they do their like setup really weird, so I have to like send my camera to this weird website, but we use Discord for our voice, and then I'm trying to stream at the same time, so I have to use like OBS virtual camera, which is new to me, and then it like fucks up all my camera settings, and I just probably spent like 40 minutes in the past 40 minutes trying to like undo and fix all that. So, but here we go. I got all my ghosty stuff on, my ghost necklace, my little ghost back there. Yes. Okay, we got all the ghosty shit going on right now. Ghosty vibes, and we're gonna get a ghosty reacts right now. I'm hoping I do not get fucking copyrighted. That's the word. So, in order to prevent that, I put this picture of my rabbit over the video. I flipped the video horizontal, and then I'm like putting this rabbit over it, and hopefully it works. We'll see, because this video seems kind of funny, and I want to talk about a couple things that I saw in it. So, I am not too familiar with Dave Rubin. I only know him because he was in the whole debacle with the Russian money with, I forget what their little company, I want to say Netgear. It wasn't like Netgear. It was like, I don't know. I almost said Netcast, but that's like Timcast. I forget what their little network was with Lauren Chen and Tim Pool, and I think Lauren Southern was in it. I don't know who else, and Dave Rubin was one of those people. So, let's see. My only context to who he is, I think there's one other thing I saw where did he have Andrew Tate on, like, within the past year or something? And Tate was talking about how he's gonna run for some UK elected official position. I'm pretty sure Dave Rubin talked to Andrew Tate too. So those are my only two prior like video knowledge of Dave Rubin I have. So, all right, let's see. Hopefully I fucking do not. Please don't copyright me. You have 11 million subscribers. How are you gonna copyright me? Like, come on. All right, let's see.
My first surrounded claim is that wokeism did more damage to America than Trump ever did.
All right, let's pause already. So wokeism did more damage to America than Trump ever did. So let's see. From the beginning, what kind of damage has wokeism caused? Maybe like some awkward social issues or something. I can't really think of anything. Maybe like things went a little bit too far in some like social areas of life. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how that, I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll hear his argument. I can't really, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything, but.
All right, if you would like to debate this claim, please get to the center in 3, 2, 1.
He's quick. He's quick.
Yes, I am. So I find it interesting that you think wokeism has done so much damage to America as opposed to Donald Trump. Wokeism did not kick 17 million Americans off of their health insurance through Medicaid. Wokeism didn't start a disastrous war with Iran that has now led to inflation outpacing wage growth. Wokeism hasn't ripped up institutions or attempted even to destroy free speech, even by your standards, because Ronald Reagan appointed judge ruled that the Trump administration was violating the First Amendment by attempting to deport, arrest, and detain students and faculty members on college campuses for protesting for Palestine. Wokeism, to me, it doesn't have...
Hold on, what's that say? All right, the fact check. Reagan appointed Judge William C. Young of the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts, ruled on September 29th through 30th, 2025, in AAUP versus Rubio, that the Trump administration's ideological deportation policy, arresting, detaining, and seeking to deport non-citizen students and faculty for pro-Palestinian campus advocacy violated the First Amendment. Okay, so this Reagan-appointed judge ruled that this violated the First Amendment. Trump going after these pro-Palestinian non-citizen students and faculty. Makes sense. All right.
Doesn't even have remotely as disastrous as a track record as Donald Trump.
Well, how would you define wokeism? I guess we should start with that.
I think wokeism is a pejorative term that's used to describe left-wing cultural politics.
Right. And what do you think left-wing cultural politics are?
I'd say left-wing cultural politics include just the broad attitudes towards social justice, especially for minority groups that have faced persecution in various ways.
Okay. So I think the simplest way to define wokeism is basically collectivism on steroids. And you
do these guys like ever have intellectual answers? Like the last guy was like, I forget how he worded it already, but he was like, it's a word used to describe leftist cultural politics, specifically like surrounding minority groups or like empathy towards minority groups, something like that. And then fucking Dave Rubin comes in here like, lol, it's just collectivism on steroids. It's just so like disingenuous. Like, engage in the conversation. I don't know. That's how I feel. I feel like lots of these MAGA people aren't actually engaging, like fully engaging. They're giving like meme answers. They're just like trying to give like they're trying to get like clips. They're trying to get these like funny little clips rather than actually engaging in the topic.
usually as it applies to race and gender, meaning that you should be judged based on the color. You actually should be judged based on the color of your skin and your sexuality and your gender and a whole bunch of immutable characteristics. And depending on...
Well, no, it's not really about being judged. It's about noticing inequalities or missed opportunities for certain outgroups.
Where those fall on the left's kind of hierarchy of importance, that's kind of how you can parse out where people should be and how important their ideas are.
So even assuming your characterization to be an accurate characterization, which I don't necessarily take,
right? We're going to have a lot of trouble getting to a fair agreement on
that
wokeism.
Wokeism has, for example, skyrocketed inflation to outpace wage growth, the way that Donald Trump's...
Yes, please ask him what damage wokeism has done. to the country.
War of aggression on Iran has done? Can you demonstrate that wokeism has violated the First Amendment by arresting students and faculty members on college campuses?
Okay, well, yes, I can. So let's start. Well, first off, the disastrous war, the quote-unquote.
Me and her had the same exact reaction, like, what?
But disastrous war that you're talking about. You're talking about a 40-day military operation that stopped an apocalyptic regime from getting a nuclear bomb and exporting terrorism throughout the world. And we're now in an economic embargo of them, right? We've basically done a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. So to say it's a disastrous war,
we've done a blockade.
We did lose. Hang on. We did lose 13. We did lose 13 of our soldiers, and that is
and killed over
terrible.
200.
What does this have to do with wokeism? You're just talking about right now whether or not Trump's actions are bad, but the question is, what damage has wokeism caused?
Children.
Well, things happen in war, right?
Yeah,
things,
yeah.
Well, things do happen in war. You can laugh at that. Hold on. Listen, you want to talk?
I agree. But that's why war should be a last option. If Donald Trump wanted to prevent the Islamic Republic of Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, he could have just stuck with the Iran nuclear deal that he ripped up. Iran did not enrich past the 3.67. Wait, they didn't enrich past the 3.67% agreed upon in the JCPOA. They only got to 60% after Donald Trump left that deal and then started doing aggressive actions.
I must say, I'm impressed with your talking points. You got impressive talking points, and
I'm impressed with your talking points, said the guy who defined wokeism as collectivism on steroids.
Memorize them well. They're not correct, but I am impressed.
Okay.
First off, the Iranians admitted in the negotiations right before the war started that they were enriching past what they were allowed to. That's number one. Number two, you also have to go on the assumption.
Right before the war started, after the JCPOA already ended. That's his fucking point. Does he not even know what that is? Or
You also have to go. Hold on. Hold on. You also have to go on the assumption or acceptance that can you agree or verify?
Well, another fact check. The IAEA reports and U.S. analysis show Iran did not enrich uranium beyond the JCPOA's 3.67 limit until after Trump pulled the U.S. out of the nuclear deal. Precisely. Iran started exceeding that cap in 2019 in response to the withdrawal. Exactly. But he's not going to engage with that. Nope.
Verify their claims. It's one thing to say, oh, this is what we're doing, this is what we are agreed to, etc. But you have to be able to verify that. And the idea that we have people on the ground or the...
I hate this talking point too. Like, oh, what? Are we just going to trust them? You just trust the Iranians to give you the right numbers? No, that wasn't happening. It's all American intelligence. It wasn't just a blind faith agreement. Of course not. This is I keep hearing this from Republicans.
UN or some third-party organization that can verify what they're actually doing with underground.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm fucking tired already, and we are 5 minutes into this.
Nuclear sites and a whole bunch of other things is I would say quite a leap of faith, right? You want to trust but verify.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
So the IAEA...
Trust but verify. We were verifying.
And U.S. intelligence said that Iran did not enrich past the 3.67% prior to Donald Trump ripping up and stepping out of the Iran nuclear deal in I believe it was 2017, 2018
so again,
when he did that.
In these negotiations,
because Donald Trump ripped up the Iran nuclear deal to begin with, that's the only reason why.
Let's try it a different way. I'll try it a different way.
The IAEA assessments agree with me, and Tulsi Gabbard, our director of national intelligence, testified in front of Congress last year, and according to the entire intelligence community, Iran did not have a nuclear weapons program.
Okay. That they didn't have a nuclear weapons program. They were enriching past the point that they were allowed to for civilian use.
Dude. Is he not listening?
Everyone knows that. But allow me.
But do you understand a
allow me to
weaponization
roughly,
process is different than
let me ask
just
you something.
enriching?
Do you think the Iranian regime before this war, the Iranian
Oh, I'm sorry, another fact check. I like to read it because they like it's a lot of words and they go very fast. Plus, it's backwards on the screen for you guys. So, fact check. In her March 2025 intelligence testimony, Tulsi Gabbard said U.S. intelligence agencies concluded Iran was not currently building a nuclear weapon and had not restarted its pre-2003 nuclear weapons program. She later clarified that Iran's highly enriched uranium stockpile could produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months if the order was given to build one. Okay, so this was in March 2025. Concluded they were not building a nuclear weapon, but basically she clarified that Iran's highly enriched uranium stockpile could produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months if the order was given to build one. Okay, so they had the ability to do it within weeks to months. If the order was given to build one. But again, this has all happened after like Trump got out of the deal.
Indian regime that has oppressed the people of Iran for 40 years. Do you think that was a good regime? Would you say that was a good government? Would you like to live under those people? Were they progressive in any way? Do they hold any of the values that any of you guys hold?
No.
What is this talking point? Like, no, I don't like Iran. I don't like Iran. Sorry, still learning. No, I don't. I don't like Islam in general. I don't like religion in general. I don't like Christianity. I don't like Islam. I don't like any of that shit. I just don't like it. I'm a liberal. I don't like that shit. Does that mean we should go to war with them, though? Like, I don't... Again, this is him just being disingenuous, trying to get these silly little, like, clips of, like, oh, look at this progressive fighting for these Islamic states who have zero progressive values. And it has nothing to do with the actual topic, but he's just trying to get these stupid little clips. Very disingenuous.
But we don't just start wars on countries whose politics we disagree with or who are oppressive to their own people. We were actually an ally to Saudi Arabia, and Mohammed bin Salman ripped up.
That I agree with. You don't do that.
Okay, and we
got something. All right, we got something.
We got something
with
Israel that has committed gross human rights violations in Gaza.
We're allies with like a bunch of North African countries, I believe, a bunch of other Islamic countries. We're like, I guess we're not like allies with China, but we have like trade agreements with them, right? Like South American countries, like we don't agree with all these people's leaders and their policies and stuff like that, but that doesn't mean we go to war with them, correct?
I'm shocked that Israel came up. Israel, the only place that has any of the...
Or like a better way to word it is it doesn't automatically justify going to war with them over basically no reason. Like, yeah, which is kind of what Dave Rubin is getting at. Like, oh, well, you don't like how these countries run, right? So why do you care that we're going to war with them? But that's a really retarded point to make.
Progressive values that any of you guys share.
Really? This is perfect. This is perfect because one of the things that you told me at the beginning of this conversation was that wokeism was judging people based on characteristics and collective thought. Israel is literally centered around the prioritization of the Jewish people as a matter of policy. That is literally collectivist thought. So you must hate Israel too. You must think that that's the ultimate. Let me
ask you something.
Form of collective identity, right?
How many Muslim countries are there? How many Muslim countries?
Okay, so you're just pivoting?
Oh my God, and now we're gonna get into this stupid fucking... This has nothing to do with wokeism or the damage it's caused to America, but okay.
No, I'm gonna answer your question.
Is Israel collectivist?
How many Muslim countries are there?
I'm sure there are a lot of Muslim countries because there are a lot more Muslims than Jews.
Yeah, well, just ballpark. How many Muslim countries are there?
There's a lot. I'm gonna say like 80. Hold on, that sounds like too much, right? I'm gonna say like 50 to 80.
I would probably maybe say like, let's say between 10 to 20, maybe.
All right, you're off by about 40. There's about 52 or 53 Muslim countries.
okay.
In any of those countries, how's it going for minorities, women, gays, Christians, Jews?
Yeah, I can say that other nations, it's extraordinarily repressive. But like I said,
no,
Okay, we got to pause there.
No,
We got
no,
to
no.
pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Okay.
Please return to your seat.
What does Muslim countries being oppressive to women have to do with the damage wokeism did to America? Please tell me.
It's been fun.
Or for that matter of a fact, what does it even have to do with the Iran war right now? Iran. Sorry. Iran. Sorry.
Oh, she had it. She had it. All right.
Dave.
All right. Hi.
Good to meet you. I'm
Good to
actually a
meet
big
you.
fan. I've been watching you since like all the way back in the Sam Harris era.
Oh yeah.
And then I remember you brought
softening
on,
me up. Okay.
No, you brought
okay.
on like Stephen Molyneux, like the white nationalist, and I was like, this guy just loves ideas. He just loves all different types of ideas. I love that. But yeah, just wanted to talk right now specifically about the difference between progressive values and the MAGA coalition.
Sure.
It seems to me that all of the ills that are attributed to wokeism are typically things that people find annoying. So people being overly, policey about their pronoun usage or talking about specific groups that might seem extremely marginalized. That's what I typically hear from the right. I don't hear like a degradation of like society unless it's the far theocratic right.
Yeah, it seems like more of an inconvenience or like a shut the fuck up, stop tone policing me kind of thing. That's like, I feel like to the extent of wokeism's damage is like, God, you're being really ridiculous and annoying right now, to the like extreme radical woke people who was just like, okay, calm down. I still haven't heard one legitimate way where it's been damaging to America.
And I don't think that you ascribe to that. Would you call yourself a theocrat?
I mean, I wrote the best-selling book on classical liberalism, so it's funny. I get called a conservative all the time. I actually happen to be a liberal in the
You're a
truest
liberal.
sense.
Well,
in the
you
truest
are.
sense of liberal.
You should join the circle.
Progressives are not liberal as a
Oh,
general
right.
rule of thought. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I just feel like that type of like annoyance that wokeism presents to the world is a lot less dangerous than like, I don't know, the coalition that you're a part of that like condemns people for having children when they're in gay marriages, or says things like, people that are of particular sexual orientations don't deserve the same equal rights.
Well,
Would you say that that's something that's
Well,
dangerous?
a coalition is going to have all sorts of people in it. So
it's like
MAGA, if we
Damn it. How does that light like not stay on? Whatever.
were talking
ideological
about,
diversity, right?
Yeah, if we were talking about what MAGA is, what I like about MAGA actually is that it's not a specific set of you have to believe this exact set, right? You have to believe
so
these exact
some people in MAGA can
things.
believe like gay couples can have kids, and others can believe like that's degeneracy, and those people.
And some MAGA people can believe that like white people should only hold office and women shouldn't work and also shouldn't vote and also shouldn't be in office and
People need to be jailed.
Well,
those are like the difference of ideas. that we're
Well,
talking about?
actually, the tough answer to that is yes.
Oh.
As long as you're not trying to litigate someone's life. I am around a lot of conservatives all the time, and
Right.
particularly Christian conservatives, let's say. They generally are not for gay marriage. By the way, there's not one mosque in the United States that performs gay marriages, which is worth noting.
Why are you so-
relevance, objection, relevance. I need my mallet. Objection, relevance.
So focus on Muslims today.
Well, I'm just giving you
Okay,
I'm just
gotcha.
giving you a fact. But what I have found consistently, Donald Trump.
Also, I'm pretty sure there are a few progressive mosques that are nice pause by me. A few progressive mosques out there that do support gay marriage. American Muslims are much more progressive than non-American Muslims.
Trump was the first incoming first-time president that was for gay marriage.
I actually really want to talk about that.
Barack Obama was not for gay marriage when he first came in.
And not until 2013.
So what I would say is the MAGA movement, I mean, look, Scott Bessent, who's the Treasury Secretary, is married to a man and has kids. Peter Thiel is married to a man and has kids. Douglas Murray is one of the greatest voices we have in conservatism, happens to be gay.
Yeah.
I don't, for the most part, people on the right actually believe in individual rights and don't really care. But that doesn't mean
that's where
No, you don't, though. No, you don't, though. Abortion. Why? What other reason? What other valid reason would abortion be illegal besides someone else's religion dictating my life's decisions? We could talk about gay marriage. We could talk about the extreme people, like I mentioned earlier, wanting to take away voting from certain people, not even just like women and minorities, well, more specifically women, or more often women, but also just like lower class people. They're not about protecting rights.
That doesn't mean that everyone has to have the same religious perspective on everything.
But you've been around the block for a long time, and just like you alluded to, in 2016, Trump held.
If everyone doesn't have to have the same religious perspective on everything, then keep it out of politics. But conservatives refuse to do that. That's my problem. That's my biggest issue.
Up a flag that said LGBTQ for Trump. He was asked in a CBS interview, would you let Caitlyn Jenner use the bathroom that she wants to in your hotels? He said absolutely. He didn't have a problem with that.
He actually gave a better answer than that. He said, I'm a hotel builder. If you told me I had to build one bathroom, that would be fine with me. I think it's a great answer.
But that's what's crazy is that evolution has changed so much to the current MAGA movement. The MAGA movement today, Donald Trump would absolutely not say that somebody could use the bathroom aligned with their gender identity. He specifically banned that. And not just that, but he's also just called for, he specifically wrote an executive order that classifies far leftist groups, like pro-transgender groups, as a danger to the country, which often the entire military can go after. That is insane.
On May 6, 2026, the White House released its new U.S. counterterrorism strategy, which explicitly names violent left-wing extremists, including anarchists and anti-fascists, such as Antifa, and radically pro-transgender groups as security threats, alongside cartels and Islamist terror groups. Yes. This is something Trump has been talking about for a while, calling leftists terrorists, and actually trying to legally classify them as terrorists.
That is absolutely a violation of people's individual rights.
All right, so you want to talk about the trans...
It's just so funny, like, pretty sure, I don't even think the KKK is considered a terrorist group. White supremacist groups aren't considered terrorist groups. So, again, this is an example of how wokeism hasn't caused damage to America, and Trump has caused damage.
Issue sort of broadly, I
want to talk about the MAGA coalition that claims to be pro-individual liberty, yet wants to police the way that people express themselves.
But what are they doing?
That also wants to police people's bodies, that want to go after people specifically because of their ethnicity. None of that should be tolerated.
So Donald Trump is in the middle of his second term. Gay marriage is here. It's passed. It's a just
then
cause.
Why are
I believe in individual rights.
Wait, you're friends with Michael Knowles, right?
Yeah.
So what's that coalition again called? I think it's like Less Equal, that's trying to actually get rid of Obergefell and overturn gay marriage rights. Does that not concern you?
Well, first off, I've never heard of that specific organization, but what I can tell you...
You're friends with them!
Michael is part of... I just don't know what you're talking about. But what I would...
Look it up.
Well, yeah, I mean, he might not know every single thing that one of his little Republican associates is doing at all times, right?
But
now, what I would say is
Less Than, and it's Lila Rose, Michael Knowles. I think it's what's that guy's name at the Daily Wire, the head one?
But that's not Donald Trump.
I understand that you want to go away from this.
No. That's not Donald Trump. That's not the head of the party. I have friends that. Well, first off, Michael and I are friends, but there is a cap on our friendship. There actually is.
Friends with someone?
You should make him answer one thing that wokeism did to damage America, please.
Who doesn't want you to be in love, my man?
He doesn't want me to be in love. He's had dinner
Look,
at my house with his wife. My husband cooked for him.
That's against God.
Yeah.
So I want to have a word
But
with him.
no,
real
no, no,
quick.
no. But think
first-
about what you're saying. I
but
get
Dave,
it. No,
real
no.
quick.
Think about what I'm saying.
But what I want to say
your
is, I'm
name.
not
Wait,
coming after
wait.
you.
Hold on, champ. Hold on, champ. You know, in your world of how tolerant you are showing me you are, you're actually showing a remarkable amount of intolerance, because although I don't know the group that you're talking about, Michael Knowles as a human being has been to my house, and my husband has cooked him lamb, and we have enjoyed
Wow.
evenings together and shared personal moments and all of those things. Now, do we agree on absolutely everything? Of course the answer to that is no. And if Michael or anyone else was trying to lead some organization that was going to go against my civil rights, well, that is where obviously we would
And
have
I'm-
our difference of
I'm
opinion,
really-
of course.
Dave,
but
I don't wanna come for you personally. I'm glad-
I also respect people's religious beliefs. They're allowed to
Right.
have their religious beliefs. Their religious beliefs are not allowed to legislate my life. This is
Only when it comes to things that affect you, though, right?
all very separate from the trans thing, which obviously I sense is going to come up a few more times.
I'll just say real quick, like
Yeah,
I'm
see, exactly.
not trying to come after you. I
Yeah.
believe that you should have the full liberty to have the family of your choice.
Yeah.
But what I will say is I'm glad Michael treats you with respect individually when you guys are together. But when he goes in front of his platform and says that a video of two gay men having a child is the most disgusting thing that he's ever seen, which is a quote, you can look up the tweet. Michael said that that child is in one of the most dangerous situations he can think of, which is
Well-
crazy to think of all the abusive parents that actually live in this society, regardless of sexual orientation. And you're going to look at
On April 16th, 2026, Michael Knowles posted on X that a clip of two gay men in Nashville with the baby they had via surrogacy was the most horrifying video I've ever seen in my life, in quotes. On April 17th, the next day, 2026, he released a YouTube video about the couple titled, "This is the most horrifying video Michael Knowles has ever seen." Interesting.
at a happy family and say this is disgusting. That should feel like a violation.
Okay, so I didn't see that video, but if what you're asking me is if do I agree with, if let's just say what you said is true, do I agree with Michael's point on that? Of course, the answer is no.
But that is the MAGA coalition,
No.
Dave. That's what I'm saying.
No.
That is the ideology
No, that's not
in
the
which-
No, that's not the
That
coalition.
is.
No, that's
That
not
is-
the coalition.
that is
You're-
what the administration
no,
is
you're
pushing
taking
towards.
a very specific person and you're saying
Is it a
that-
small specific?
Oh,
Is it a fringe?
absolutely.
No,
Yes.
it is not.
Yes. Oh,
It
it
is
is.
a majority.
No, that's completely absurd.
It
That's
is not.
completely absurd. It's
Okay,
completely absurd.
We got
Yeah.
to pause there. You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Give me
return
two.
to
All
your
right.
seat.
And Michael Knowles, this is from my chat, and Michael Knowles was absolutely correct. I was visually disgusted and depressed for that baby, and I have gay friends. Never even thought about it till I saw it. How are you visually disgusted and depressed for the baby? I don't understand. And like being gay doesn't mean you're going to be a worse parent than anybody else. So, I don't know. That sounds like a you problem, buddy.
Good grab.
I want to go to your prompt in a second, but I just wanted to address, so I actually come from a Christian background. I spent a lot of my career debating Christian nationalists. And even the nicest Christian nationalists, they do want to take your rights. I spend a lot of time talking to these people, even the
Yeah.
really nice ones. So I just want to be careful, and I guess I want to say, like, I remember when you posted about having your kids
Yeah.
on Twitter, which
Yeah.
congratulations.
Yeah,
on your
thanks.
Kids. The comments were horrifying. I don't know if you remember, but it was
Yeah.
Christian nationalists and Republicans tearing you and
Babies can't talk when they're born. It takes like months for a baby to say mama. Oh, they adopted a baby? Who was at? I don't know. I have to see the video. But yeah, obviously if they're making fun of a baby, I'm not gonna lie, I'm like not gonna take your word for this. Like maybe they were, this is how I imagine it went in my mind. Two gay men were holding their baby and it's going, mama, or it says mama, and they're smiling at their baby. I don't know, like, do I have to look this up? Oh, let's see. Michael Knowles, most disgusting video baby. Let's see if it comes up. Their babies are not really. I can't find the video, but he has a lot of videos about gay people and babies, so. Hold on. They just said the name of the video in here a second ago. It was called The Most Horrifying Video I've Ever Seen in My Life. This is the most horrifying video, Michael Knowles. Okay. This is the most horrifying video, Michael Knowles. All right, let's see. Here it is.
Young men are returning to
Oh God, this is 50 minutes long. All right, where's the actual, like, gays mock baby? Here it is.
No. Do you want dad? Who are you?
persuasive. If you can stomach it, you should see this video.
All right, let's see. Let's see it.
Hey. Hey. Who do you want, Dada or Pop? Mama. No, Mama. Do you want Dada or Pop? Who do you want, Dada or Pop? Nope. Do you want Dada? You want Pop? No way, Jose. I think. Oh, there is no mama. I'm so sorry. You have Dada?
Oh, come on. He's not mocking the baby. He said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." I'm sure this happens with literally any adopted child. Babies get adopted all the time, right? You guys want to get rid of abortion, so guess what? There's going to be a lot of adoptions, and there's going to be a lot of this happening, whether or not it's a dad or it's a mom. So they are not taunting the infant. He's literally like, he's trying to teach the kid that my name is Pa. My name is Papa. No, you're a fucking insane person. He literally said, "I'm so sorry, baby." He's not taunting the baby. He's trying to teach the kid that my name is Papa. My name is Dada. Kids get adopted, and I'm sure this happens with literally any adopted child. They have to get used to the new person. They're not taunting the baby. You're fucking ridiculous. All right. Going back to the video. That was so fucking stupid.
What you said is true. Do I agree with Michael's?
Yes, because he adopted a child. Yes, I watched it in real time. I'm not lying about it. They were not taunting the kid. His name isn't Mama. His name is Papa. He adopted a kid. Guess what? If I adopted a 1-year-old, the 1-year-old would be crying for the previous mother. It doesn't matter if I'm gay or not. That's how adoptions work. So the kid has to learn, my name is Papa. My name is Dada. That's it. It's not that big of a deal.
point on that? Of
They
course,
weren't
the answer
taunting
is
the
no.
kids.
But that is the MAGA coalition.
No.
Dave. That's what I'm
no,
saying.
no.
That is the ideology
No, that's not
in
the
which.
No, that's not the
That
coalition.
is.
No, that's
That
not
is-
the coalition.
that is what the administration is
you're
pushing
taking
towards.
a very specific person and you're saying.
Is it a small specific?
Oh,
Is it a fringe?
absolutely. Yes.
No, it is not.
Yes. Oh,
It is
is.
a majority.
No, that's completely absurd.
It
That's
is not.
completely absurd. It's
Okay, wait,
completely
wait.
absurd.
I was a preschool teacher for a long time. I have a strong instinct to protect children, a very strong instinct. You're just coping about it. It's fine. It's cool. Go ahead and cry over the baby. Wah.
We got to pause there. You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Good to meet
return
you.
to
All
your
right.
seat.
Good grab.
I want to go to your prompt in a second, but I just wanted to address, so I actually come from a Christian background. I spent a lot of my career debating Christian nationalists. And even the nicest Christian nationalists, they do want to take your rights. I spend a lot of time talking to these people, even the
Yeah.
really nice ones. So I just want to be careful, and I guess I want to say, like, I remember when you posted about having your kids
Yeah.
on Twitter, which
Yeah.
congratulations.
Yeah,
on your
thanks.
kids. The comments were horrifying. I don't know if you remember, but it was
Yeah.
Christian nationalists and Republicans tearing you and your husband down for having a child.
Well, you should also note there was a lot of love. There was an awful lot of love from an awful lot of conservatives and
Nobody was taunting. Keep coping.
liberals and people across the board and everything else. The way the internet operates is people only focus on the negative. So was there a whole bunch of nasty
Which
comments?
side did it
was there
come
a
from
whole
more?
bunch of nasty?
Do you guess? Let's be honest. Let's just be honest. Which side
for
supports it more?
that? If you're asking me about for that specific post,
Democrats
it was
and
no.
liberals.
For that specific post, it was mostly people on the right. For sure, it was.
Who are attacking you?
Yeah, I
Of course.
fully acknowledge that.
Of course.
Absolutely. 99% of the hate that I get is from people that are in this circle.
Sure, but it's definitely not for being gay.
What?
It's,
no.
It's
Well,
for supporting.
no,
going
no,
back
no,
to
no,
the
no,
prompt.
no.
It's for supporting.
It's not for being gay, like
an
the act
authoritarian,
of gay.
desiring,
Yeah.
probably demented old man. So going back to the prompt of wokeism, it seems like you defined it as intersectionality, some collectivization based on
Yeah,
demographic
that you take.
factors.
Yeah, we could basically
So
go with that.
wokeism is intersectionality.
It is a piece. Well, intersectionality is a piece of wokeism. If you're going to group people on these immutable characteristics, and then you decide based on this, we got to put black people up here, we've got to put white guys down here. Gays are going to be above the straights, trans will be above the gays. You know, you have this
And what
endless
specific
hierarchy.
policy harms have happened?
I mean, quite literally, the easiest one would be college admissions. I mean, we know that Harvard and other colleges were discriminating against mostly white and Asian students.
Yet, the majority of the students that get into colleges are white and Asian. So I'm sorry, like, what am I supposed to be sad about?
Because they were there, they wanted more diversity, and they were allowing students of color with lesser grades.
Not true. It's not with lesser grades. They have the same grades. They This is such a fucking retarded point that I can't believe the right still talks about. They don't allow people who don't meet the standard into the positions. If you have, all they're doing is if they have people who both meet the standards and they've already fulfilled like 90% of a certain type of person, white people specifically, or like let's say white people and Asians, then they're going to be like, okay, well, these two candidates have the exact same qualifications, but since we already have 90% white and Asian people, let's select the black person to have some diversity in our school. That's all it is. It's not allowing kids with lesser standards. It's so stupid.
To get in. As a general rule,
If we're worried about universities, who's cutting their funding?
Well, hold
who's
on. Do you
cutting
agree?
science
Do you
funding?
agree? Do you agree that that happened?
To some degree, I think it was overblown to a
Well,
large degree.
yeah.
In Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard, decided June 2023, the Supreme Court held Harvard's admission program violated the Equal Protection Clause via Title 6. Sorry, Roman numerals. And empirical work, blah, blah, blah. something Asian American discrimination Harvard admissions finds typical Asian applicants were held to higher standards and received lower personal ratings than similarly qualified peers. Okay, so I guess in Harvard they found it happened to Asian students. So yeah, okay, you could say in this one tiny instance in Harvard with Asian students, that was one small damage done to America, I guess. Like,
because affirmative action basically ended, I think, in the early 2000s, right? A lot of these issues were clamped down on pretty quickly. And the issue is that when you look at the reason why...
Well, corporate, I mean, you could look at corporate...
Like, I'm talking more about jobs, I guess. I'm less familiar with the college admissions and how that works. But for, like, DEI with jobs, they try, like, lots of MAGA people try to make this argument that people are getting positions that they literally don't qualify for just because they're Black or Native American or Mexican or whatever, put in minority group in America. And that's just not happening. They're not hiring people that don't know how to fly planes just because they're Black or just because they're a woman. You have to meet the same qualifications and standards as anybody else. It's just that they were wanting to add more diversity into their employees, which I think, can't really be a bad thing. So, whatever.
Corporations. I mean, all these corporations that have their DEI stickers. I was just on a Delta flight. They still have their DEI sticker on there.
DEI is not inherently a bad thing. Why would diversity ever be a problem for anyone?
Well, diversity in and of itself is not a problem. But if you say we are going
what about inclusion?
We are going to hire people and we are going to factor in all of these immutable characteristics inherently by saying we're going to elevate one group of people, you are going to have to discriminate against another group of people.
Do you have a diverse...
And that actually is racism
Do you have
and
a diverse,
bigotry.
Unique experience based on your gayness that other people will never have?
I'm sorry?
Does your gayness give you insight into certain experiences that other people simply will not have because they're not gay?
Well, I suppose as a gay person, I do have experiences that some people don't have.
And you probably have knowledge
that was
and,
funny.
and experiences.
Did you not catch that?
I did get the joke.
You got that? Okay.
I mean, lots of people do all sorts of crazy sex.
All right, yeah.
But the issue is that what we're talking about here when we come to diversity.
But I wouldn't want that to
is
have
a
anything.
benefit.
I wouldn't want that to have anything to do with me being hired. Or
Sure,
me
but
being
it's really
allowed
hard to
into a
compare. So,
school.
sir, let's say I granted you all of the woke harms.
Yeah.
The issue is that it didn't take us to Iran. It didn't kill schoolgirls. It didn't right now crush with the FCC and kick multiple people off of air. And
also, it's just such a stupid point. Who you are as a person. Like, yes, you need to meet all the qualifications and all the standards in order to get a job, but who you are as a person and your personality fitting in to whatever company you're applying for is a huge part of the application process and whether you get hired or not. It has to do with parts of it, like, yes, your experience in the field, in that particular field, but also your life experience and your experience with certain different types of people. Like, you want a well-rounded crew in order to have in order to be able to reach a well-rounded clientele, right? Like, I mean, in lots of cases that just makes sense, especially like in sales or any kind of like social work or just like working with people in business, anything like that. Diversity is really beneficial.
Threatened to pull things. It's not burning books in Florida.
Who's been kicked off air?
Jimmy Kimmel got kicked off of air. ABC was regularly under threat for doing these things. The FCC president,
ABC made
president
a decision.
came out after Trump called him and said that we can't have these type of things. They crushed James Tallarico. But this has happened over and over again.
What do you mean? They
books
crushed
being
James
burned.
Tallarico. James Tallarico is the nominee right now.
They crushed his appearance.
What do you mean they crushed his appearance?
The FCC wouldn't allow his appearance.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have literally no idea.
James Tallarico's Colbert interview was pulled from CBS's broadcast not because the FCC outright banned him, but because CBS lawyers citing the Trump's FCC stricter equal time guidance for political candidates advised that airing it could trigger equal time obligations, so the show ran the interview only on YouTube. So Trump's FCC stricter equal time guidance for political candidates. Interesting.
I guess
You're
look it
talking-
up.
We got to pause there.
Yeah.
I think you were talking about Colbert's show, but you've been voted out by the majority.
Okay.
You guys are slow, bro. How's it going, Dave?
You're quick. How you doing? How you doing?
So, I just quickly wanted to recognize, I love this, by the way. You have a very unconventional household, and wokeism has brought you that household, right? To live with your husband, to have your 2 children, or conceived through surrogacy, and I appreciate that.
Wokeism didn't bring that. Equal
Yeah, it did.
rights. Equal rights.
So
brought that
wokeism is,
equality.
as
Well, wokeism fights for the rights of to party. Sorry, okay. Wokeism fights for the rights of typically like minority out groups, including gay people. He knows this.
as I define it, as I
Yeah.
view it personally, is looking to expand on already existing civil liberties, right? To ensure that, to ensure America practices what it preaches, equal protections, inclusion of everybody,
It's a really good way to put it.
democracy, etc. So it's not a policy prescription, it's a social prescription. Donald Trump is president. He's the head of the executive branch. He has a trifecta, a judiciary that's on his side. Donald Trump's violent. Donald Trump's destroying the pillars of America: democracy, negative rights, the rule of law, our Constitution. The list goes on and on. So I'm just curious to see what institutional damage has wokeism done. And
This guy talks like a politician. Like his cadence reminds me of like a politician on a debate stage right now.
Sure.
If
well,
you want to engage with Trump being violent, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just don't agree with anything you said there, period. First off, wokeism isn't what led to, say, gay marriage. What led to gay marriage is a fight for equality under the law.
Which is what wokeism does. Sorry. I know it's like cringe now, but like that's what wokeism was. Wokeism originally started as a term used in the Black community. I believe this is the correct heritage of the word. It started in the Black community, like talking about people waking up to their injustices that America was doing to them. And then the left kind of hijacked the word to use for injustices of a bunch of different minority groups, including women, LGBTQ, immigrants, etc. So that's like the foundation of wokeism.
Law. If you
So that would include getting rights for gay marriage.
believe that heterosexual marriage, that an adult should be able to engage in any sort of...
If you don't think like wokeism is responsible for fighting for gay rights, I'm not sure like what. I feel like that is the most correlated thing to wokeism is like the gay trans stuff. So I don't really know where Dave's head is at.
of contract with another adult, then that has to be equal. That's what equal protection, which you just mentioned, is, and that's actually what the decision was based on.
Yes.
So that was not wokeism. That was the promise of America, which is the promise of individual rights and equal opportunity. As for a few of the other things that you said there, again, if we could do that, you want.
Excuse me, maybe you could explain how women are a minority group. There are more women than there are men. Okay, so like women have a history of oppression. So I guess you could say oppressed groups and minorities. If you wanna go with that. If that's really what you're gonna be clinging on to.
Want to do the Iran thing again.
No,
But
I said Donald Trump is violent.
Yeah, so Donald Trump is violent in what sense? How
Yeah,
is
so
Donald
I
Trump
also want to
violent?
mention
Yeah.
you, the reason why you left the left, correct me if I'm wrong, is because you believe progressives were turning to authoritarianism. Am I correct there?
I mean, there was a,
That was your
there
PragerU video.
there
You
was-
said it. You can't
yeah,
deny it.
Settle down, Chip. There was
Come
a
on.
panoply of reasons that I did.
But that's one of them, correct?
Yeah.
Do you think it's authoritarian for the president of the United States to call for the death of 6 active members of the legislature for making a video that is totally fine and legal?
It's interesting. Oh, well, first off, you're talking about the video where they basically
Mark Kelly, yeah.
Kelly and several of these guys were basically saying if you're in the military, you can go against Trump and all those things. Well, first off, there are some legal actual reasons that perhaps you should
yeah.
not, as a former member of the military, be telling.
Yeah, the punishment for making videos is death. I forgot. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Did anyone?
Hang him. George Washington Wood.
Did anyone get put to death? Did any?
Does that matter? I'm sorry, if Biden were to say anything even closely, if Biden were to say anything even remotely close to the violent rhetoric that Trump has said over the past fucking, 10 years now, the right would fucking lose their mind. They already think Biden is the most divisive and extreme, tyrannical, fascist, whatever. They say this about every Democrat, but like Biden was very chill. The rhetoric compared to Trump is nowhere near the same. They have to cope by being like, well, did this actually happen? Did this actually happen? It doesn't matter. The fact that a president is actually saying that is fucking insane. And you would hold the same standard if Biden or any other Democratic president said it. It's just because Trump said it, it's okay. It's how it always is.
Does it matter? The president of the United States is actively calling for the death of members of the legislature.
And is anyone in trouble? Is anyone in trouble because of that? No, you're missing the difference.
No, you're saying Donald Trump.
Okay,
hold on.
Hang on.
Let's just understand the prompt here. You said wokeism has done more damage than Donald Trump ever did.
So explain
Can you tell
the
me
damage.
a single time wokeism is doing something remotely similar?
So remotely similar as Donald Trump
want damage?
Being slightly sarcastic.
I can give you damage.
Let me explain something.
I can give you the damage. Hold on. Listen.
Yes, I'm the mentally ill one, and you're the one just spamming in my chat nonstop, but I'm mentally ill. Okay.
Let me explain something to you. Donald Trump, all you need to know about, for any one of you guys that think that Donald Trump's coming for you because you're gay or you're trans or something like that, or you're black or anything else, might I recommend you just read Art of the Deal, which Donald Trump wrote about 40 years ago.
It's terrible. He's just discussing his activities throughout the week.
You can dismiss it. You can dismiss it. But Donald Trump gave you his playbook 40 plus years ago. 40 plus years ago, he gave you the playbook on how he negotiates. He leads with crazy
So this is irrelevant
things.
to what I'm currently talking about, right?
No, it's completely...
No, you asked me about damage. I can give you examples, but you don't want them because you know you're going to get fried.
No.
No, that is the truth.
It's completely
Donald Trump
irrelevant.
tried to rewrite the Constitution via executive order with Executive Order 14160. And it was followed up by 141601, where they used this to target individuals for pro-Palestinian speech like Mahmoud Khalil. And this was already ruled upon, by the way.
All right.
I'm sure you know about this, correct?
Yeah. Okay, first
but he
off,
tried to rewrite the Constitution via executive.
Yes, they already brought this up earlier. Executive Orders 14160 and 141601 are not orders trying to rewrite the Constitution to target pro-Palestinian speech. 14160 is a birthright citizenship order, and 141601 doesn't exist. The Trump administration has instead used Executive Order 13899 from 2019 and Executive Order 14188 from 2025, both billed as combating anti-Semitism to justify investigations, visa cancellations, and deportation efforts against pro-Palestinian campus activists, including citing E0 Executive Order 14188 in connection with the arrest of Columbia graduate Mahmoud Khalil.
Can the president?
So I guess he's wrong about these specific orders, the order numbers. But yeah, we already talked about earlier how, and a fact check came up about Trump's, how Trump's order to try to arrest and detain and deport these people were unconstitutional.
President do that?
There's a difference.
Can the president do that?
Hold on. There is a difference between exercising free speech.
He's not answering.
There's a difference between exercising free speech and closing down a campus and not letting students get. You're an interesting character. Yeah. No, you seem nice. There's a difference between exercising free speech, which I will always defend your free speech, no matter how noxious it is.
The president
and
doesn't.
closing down
defending the
campuses.
president.
No, they
Yes.
weren't. No, Mahmoud
Yes.
Khalil and all of these masked
He was
Hamas
almost deported with
jihadis-
no cause, and it's
Okay.
literally in the documents of
Mass Hamas jihadis?
the case.
Well, first,
To be honest, I don't really give a fuck about Palestine. Yes, I care about the children and the people are starving and all that. Like, I just care about people, like, in general, but, like, Palestine is not something that I'm, like, personally, like, it's just not like as big of an issue for me. I think it's terrible what's happening to them, just like I think it's terrible what's happening to like a bunch of people around the world. But I'm not like a crazy Palestine person, but like, yeah, I don't know, just calling him like a jihadist, like fucking, I don't know, it's just whatever.
Marco Rubio has illustrated the point many, many times. If you're here on a green card or a student visa or anything else, you don't have the exact same protections that you don't.
Congress shall make no law. What?
No. For people that are citizens of the United States of America.
What's the precedent for that?
Wait a minute.
Nothing.
No, but when you're in America legally, which those students and faculty members were and are, the Constitution applies to you. So they do have a right to freedom of speech, 100%.
So Donald Trump tried to sign an executive order rewriting the birthright citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. Where'd he get this power?
Let me ask you something. Do you think
is it authoritarian to act on a self-granted authority?
Hold on.
Can you answer my question?
Hold on.
You're not going to.
Yeah, I got to let me chat here for a sec. Listen.
Dave talk.
Let me ask you something. Let's try it this way. So let's say you and your girlfriend went on vacation. Bora Bora, you show up to the most beautiful place on earth, and she's 7 months pregnant, and she then gives birth in Bora Bora. You think your child should be a citizen of French Polynesia, Bora Bora?
And you think affirms that just solely principle, and I'm sorry the president cannot defy it because he doesn't like it. That's how our country works. And that is an example of damage to America.
You can fight it in the courts.
He doesn't like the courts. He ignores them. Prior to the Alien Enemies Act removals, Emile Beauvais...
Okay, we're out of time. We got to stop there.
Okay, got you.
My next surrounded claim is if you still vote for Democrats in 2026, you're voting for broken cities, broken schools, and broken borders.
If you would like to debate this claim, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, how are you, Santana?
So, can you explain a little bit about what you mean broken cities, broken schools, broken borders?
Sure. Well, broken cities, you can boil it down to crime and drug use. And I can tell you, having been here in Los Angeles for the last 36 hours, I have seen more homeless people, more drug use, more urban decay.
Wait, was one of the things broken schools? Because Republican schools notoriously are fucking horrible compared to Democratic run schools, but okay.
Than I've seen in the last 5 years combined living in Florida.
Florida?
Yeah. In terms of schools, it's basically brainwashing kids and teaching them what to think instead of teaching them how to think. And then what was the third one in terms of, borders is the easiest one. I mean, under the Biden administration, we let in somewhere, we don't even know what the actual number is, but somewhere between 16 to 20 million illegals. If Donald Trump did quite literally nothing else
During Biden's presidency, Border Patrol logged roughly 7 to 8 million encounters at the southern border, with an estimated 1 to 1.5 million gotaways. Pew's 2001 to 2024 estimates show the total undocumented population rising from about 10.5 million to around 14 million, an increase of only a few million, far below claims of 16 to 20 million new undocumented immigrants. Yeah, obviously they blow it way out of proportion.
his presidency, just getting control of the border, I would say would be good enough, because you don't have a country if you don't know who is in it.
Okay, all three of your claims are wrong. Pick which one you want to be proved wrong on.
Let's do borders.
Perfect.
Okay.
Donald Trump is absolutely the worst president on the border. First and foremost, you can talk about the Langford bill, which was a piece of legislation which would have strengthened our borders, but Donald Trump had that legislation shot down. He
wait. So were the borders open under Obama?
No.
Or under Biden? Let's try that. The borders were not open.
What piece of legislation did he pass to open the borders?
No, it's not about a piece of legislation. It's about quite literally.
So how do you open the borders without legislation?
Do they really believe that, like, you could just walk up to the border and just come in without nothing and just walk in? Like, no, obviously that never happened.
just let people through, which is
So
exactly what
there
we're
was
doing.
no one standing at the borders. Everybody just come right in.
In many cases, yes, actually. In many cases, they were quite literally moving barbed wire fence.
Where did
Our
you get this
guys
information?
there are videos of it. Have you ever seen the video of
Yeah,
Bobby?
did you fact check
have you
the
ever
videos?
seen Have you ever seen the video of Bobby Kennedy when he was running as a Democrat, standing at the border? He was still a Democrat.
Wait,
and
you're
he
talking
could
about the
not
same
leave.
one that sniffed coke off a toilet seat and admitted it recently.
Wait, no.
The same one that actually took a dead bear and dropped it in Central Park. The same one that actually chopped the head off a whale. You're citing RFK Jr.?
Yes, I am citing RFK Jr.
No, I don't hear that.
Who's running HHS right now?
Which he shouldn't be, but that's fine. Listen, when you talk
Definitely
about
not.
How many
Fucking
people do you
scary.
think came in under Biden? Let's see if we're even operating on the same plane.
the acceptable
Remotely.
number is about 10 million.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So I'll grant you that. They say it could be anywhere. I've heard 16 to 20 million.
Mm-hmm.
But
And even 10 million is like a high estimate.
let's say it's 10. Do you think that's good or fair or just or how a country can operate?
I think that when you create instability throughout the world and then you also tell people that your country's open, then you create an actual quote unquote border crisis. Think about this. Really quick.
What instability
Really
was
quick.
Joe
Really quick.
Biden
What
causing?
what was Barack Obama's nickname?
Barry?
Deporter in chief. Barack Obama had a negative immigration
Barry?
rate. That means that he deported more people than he let into the country.
So
we
you're
can
for- you're for
wait.
deportations.
So we can say that there wasn't a border crisis under Obama, right?
The border crisis was significantly worse under Biden.
But under Obama, was there a crisis?
Barack Obama did.
Yes or no?
Barack Obama.
Yes or
no,
no?
Barack Obama did deport. I think more people than
Perfect.
Donald Trump.
So,
yeah.
but then
I
you're-
wish
you're saying-
Donald Trump was deporting
Sure,
more people.
Sure,
yeah.
I agree. So you're saying there was a crisis under Biden?
Yes.
Okay,
Of course.
but no crisis under Obama.
No, I didn't say that. He was
I mean,
deporting.
yes or no? Yes
he
or
was
no?
Wait, hold on. Let's do Biden.
He had a negative
let's
deportation rate.
Let's do Biden and Trump.
No,
Biden
no.
and
I
Trump.
just
Let's
need
do
you
the
to answer
last
the question.
two
Hold on,
administrations.
just answer the question. Yes or no?
I am for anyone that will close
That's fine.
borders
I'll just
and
say
deport
I'll say
people.
no. I'll say no. That's
Okay,
fine.
okay.
So if there wasn't a crisis under Obama and there was a crisis under Biden, what happened in between those two administrations? Was there something that happened?
Wait, are you blaming Donald Trump for Joe Biden's border?
No, what I'm blaming Donald Trump for is when he's actually campaigning for president and he's going around and to any news organization that will let him speak and telling everyone that the border's open, they're wide open, come on in, come on in. And he actually created something that wasn't there. So wait,
you're blaming people coming to this country illegally. You're blaming Donald Trump. Donald Trump, who really only appeared because of borders, right? Build a
there
wall.
wasn't a
That's what
border
he-
issue.
That's what
there
he
wasn't a
appeared.
border issue when he said that, right? But then when there
Well,
was
we've always
instability,
no.
when there
We've always
was
had
instability,
we've always had a completely porous border. That is
we had
that
a
is very
negative
obvious.
deportation rate under Obama.
Hold
He
on.
created the actual desire for people to come here because he told the lie that the borders was open.
Wait a minute, but
And
why?
so
but
when
if
he
America,
did that,
if America's
then
a, if
people started to
America's a
come here.
racist, evil, capitalist country, why?
Who said that? Who fucking said that? Nobody said that. I'm sorry, Thumper. I don't mean to be yelling, but nobody fucking said that. Is he high? Like he looks like he is right now in this freeze frame?
Why would these people want to come here?
Because
He's
it's
imagining shit. Nobody fucking said that.
still better than the country that they're in because the United
so
States of America
America's is pretty
keeps
good.
destabilizing other countries.
So
Oh, so America's is pretty good, huh? Wow.
CIA,
yeah.
our CIA keeps destabilizing
So,
other countries
who
and
did
overthrowing other countries.
So who did
We're
Barack?
doing that
wait,
right now.
Wait. So who did Barack Obama destabilize that then Donald Trump allowed into the country?
The point being is our country
come
has
on,
a
come
The war on drugs has been happening for a long time. Before all this shit, destabilizing a lot of South America, okay? That is true. That is true. I don't know what this accent is, but it is true, okay?
history of
Come on.
destabilization. That doesn't
Come on.
matter if it's left
Hold
or
on.
right.
So who did
We have a
Barack?
history
Well,
of
I'm,
that.
I'm just
But
playing
answer the
your
question.
game here. So
if,
wait, I'm just
if
playing
Donald
your game,
Trump
man.
created
Wait.
the need for people
Yeah.
to come here, and there was no crisis,
Looks like my
then
rabbit
Donald Trump not only created it, but
overlay
he
is
didn't
working.
handle it.
I'm sorry, man. Nothing you're saying is making sense here. What you
What was
won't,
Donald
you won't,
Trump
Okay, we got
deportation
to
rate
pause
before
there.
COVID?
You've been voted out.
what country did Barack Obama destabilize that caused people to come here under Donald Trump?
I guess you'll never know.
You've been voted out.
Okay.
Reminds me of the pacer test. If anybody had those in schools, I was so good at that. I was always the last girl to finish, and I always came in like second or third to some other guy or some guy.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
Yeah. What's your name? What's your name?
My name is Maybe. Nice to meet you, Dave.
Good to meet you.
So I myself am a Democrat. I'm actually running for state senate here in California.
Okay.
I would argue that I am about as far left as you can get as a Democrat.
Okay.
And I'm critical of the Democratic Party because I actually don't think they're left enough. If we're going to talk about broken cities, here we are in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is not a broken city. I live here. I feel safe walking down the street as an openly trans non-binary person, as somebody who does drag. This is not a broken city. It is unaffordable in many ways, but that is the case across the rest of the United States. And if we're going to talk about broken cities,
Listen, this is my opinion, okay? I'm in Philadelphia. I've been living here for, what year is it? 2026. I don't know how many years, but I've been living here for a bunch of years, okay? Probably almost a decade. Hold on. How old am I? A little less than a decade. A little less than 10 years. But I've been like coming here since like literally I was like 14 years old. I mean, I came here as a child, but obviously like with my parents or my mom or something, but been coming here with like unsupervised whatever since like high school, early high school. Anyways, have I had dangerous experiences? Yes. Yes, but this is like to blame it on like democratic policies. Anytime you have a high population of people, there's going to be a higher probability of danger. And then when you mix that with poverty, that probability of danger is going to go up higher. Cities tend to have impoverished areas, and they tend to have high populations. That's what makes them a city. So, to be honest, I don't really think it has much to do with democratic policies. I think there are democratic politicians, like mayors, who have failed cities and haven't fulfilled their promises, just like any other mayor in any other town. But they have more people to look after and more problems, honestly, to deal with than a regular suburban or rural town. So, like the schools are going to be overwhelmed, understaffed, high classes, and the kids are going to have more home issues, which makes it a more difficult schooling experience. The schools also get less money because, at least where I am, and I know this happens in other places around the country, the schools get money based on property taxes. So the rich white schools in the suburbs get a bunch of fucking money because they have a lot of property taxes. And then the city schools don't get that funding. So I think that's a problem. I think there should be equal public school funding for all public schools, just like how it's stated in the law, but somehow it's gotten around, like, for some reason that isn't actually applied. So I think that's an issue. I don't think that has to do with Democrat or Republican, because this does happen in Republican areas. I know this happens in the South. This might happen everywhere. I can't say that for certain, but that's an issue. But yeah, when you have high populations and high amounts of poverty, which poverty tends to be a trend. Poverty isn't just linked to policies, right? It's usually a generational trend, and very few people escape it. Most people stay in the same wealth class that they're born into. So like rich people who are born rich stay rich. People born in the middle class stay in the middle class. People born poor stay poor. And of course, small amounts of people leave these groups. Some middle class people end up becoming poor. Some poor people end up becoming rich. Some rich people end up becoming middle class. You get what I'm saying. But that's typically how it works because of more like social issues. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, you could say democratic states have broken cities. This is all cities. If you go to Delaware, which is a Republican state, I guarantee you, because I've been there, Wilmington is no better than Philadelphia. And Delaware is a red state. Wilmington is very dangerous. And it's a very tiny city, too. It's nowhere near as big as Philadelphia or New York. So you would think they would be able to kind of like fix it up a little easier, right? But no, they can't, because it's not about Democrat or Republican. It's just about people's problems that, I don't know, can be assisted with policy. And I obviously encourage politicians to try to assist them better. But yeah, lots of times it's not really so much like a policy thing as it is like a generational, just, I don't know. There's like a lot behind that, right? So yeah, but yeah, for broken schools, Democratic states and cities tend to have better schools than rural Republican areas, like by far. Broken borders. Most of the borders are in Republican states. No, but no, I know that's like a federal thing. Yeah, like the last guy said, Obama did amazing on the border. There is this weird crisis that I think is blown out of proportion because Trump knew he could really use it as a fear tactic, and it worked insanely well. And I'm not going to deny that there are obviously issues with the border, okay? And I'm fine with like trying to fix them and stuff like that. But yeah, this illegal immigrants like running rampant and causing such a fucking harm and danger to us on our daily lives, especially people who don't live in border cities. It's so blown out of proportion, and it's a fear tactic that they use to get votes. That's obvious. So yeah, that's my opinion.
We actually need to talk about broken states. 8 out of the 10 poorest states in the United States are Republican controlled.
Yes,
and the majority of states that are the wealthiest states are democratically controlled. And these are actually donor states to Republican states. And the irony is that Republicans are against welfare, except when it comes to funding their states.
Okay. Well, first off, I would say I'm very glad that as a trans person you feel safe here.
Most of the poorest states are Republican-led, while many of the wealthiest are Democratic-leaning. Census and state legislature data show that 9 of the 10 poorest states vote Republican, and 18 of the 19 poorest have Republican-controlled legislatures. Fiscal analysis also find that higher income blue states often pay more in federal taxes than they receive, while poorer red states often receive more than they contribute. Ooh, I didn't know that last part. That is a good talking point to have in up your sleeve, because yeah, they fucking hate welfare, but yet the red states receive more than they contribute. Huh, interesting.
You should feel safe, and I treat anyone that treats me with respect, you're going to get respect out of me, so I appreciate that, and I'm glad to hear it. I assume you've been to West Hollywood, right?
I have.
I used to live in West Hollywood, pretty close to the Abbey, and I left about I moved to the Valley before that, but I lived there for about 6 years, and the 6 years that I lived there, from about 2013 to 2019, it was pretty clean and it was pretty safe, and there weren't drug addicts and homeless people all over the place. I spent the last 2 days there in West Hollywood. That's the hotel I'm staying at is there. There are drug addicts and homeless people everywhere. Everywhere. You would acknowledge that is the case, yes?
I would acknowledge that, but I would also acknowledge that there are plenty of housed people who are also drug addicts, and they never seem to be the problem. It's only when they're existing in poverty, abject poverty outside, that you have to witness it, that it becomes a problem.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, people shouldn't be doing drugs in public. And coming from a former addict. Well, I guess lifelong addict, but recovered addict.
The issue is not that these people are dangerous. The mythology around people experiencing homelessness is that they are dangerous. The reality is that unhoused people are more likely to be victims of violent crime than perpetrators.
Well, all right. So listen, I can actually get on board some of what you're saying here. Now, there's a couple issues here because
Research and local data consistently show that unhoused people are far more likely to be victims of violent crime than to commit it, with rates of assault, sexual violence, and even homicide many times higher than for the general population. Yep, that is true.
one of them is not just about violence.
Either way, though, it is still a problem because lots of homeless people are schizophrenic, untreated, and it does present a danger. It's a very slim danger, but it is a real danger that does exist. And kids shouldn't be seeing people using drugs in the street on their way to school, obviously, right?
You are going to create the conditions, the economic conditions or whatever you want to call it, that's going to allow for these people to be out on the streets. Would you want to walk a baby in a carriage down that block as these people are there? I don't think you would.
I would, because I don't know the last time I've heard of an unhoused person attacking a baby.
Yeah, this is just disingenuous. You should just bite the bullet and say, no, you want to avoid those streets, right?
And these are,
you know what I would say if you, no, it's not fear mongering. If you were a young mother,
like most of the time, so when you live in those neighborhoods, these encampments, you tend to know where they are. They tend to be on certain streets. They don't really just take over an entire area unless it's like somewhere like Kensington, which I used to go to cop drugs often. I was in that shit, I'm telling you. I didn't live there. I slept in my car there a couple nights because I was literally knotted out in my car. But anyways, I've lived through that shit. And yeah, I do not want to walk a baby anywhere in Kensington. But most cities don't have that. Most cities have like certain little pocket areas and you just like can avoid them. And by the way, our new elected mayor, who's a female, by the way, she was like the first female to be elected in Philadelphia in like a really long time. If not the first ever. I'm not sure. I don't even know her name. I should really know her name. Hold on. Anyway, she's been Cheryl Parker is the 100th mayor of Philadelphia, making history as the first woman to hold the position in the city's 341-year history. Oh, so she is the first female mayor, and she is our 100th mayor. Anyways, so she has been making huge initiatives to change Kensington. They are doing tons of raids. They have like drones now literally chasing drug dealers. They have all this fancy technology. I mean, I don't know, it's hard. Like Kensington is a place where you can shoot up. To be clear, I never shot up. I snorted my heroin. But you can shoot up in front of police and they don't do anything. They only went after dealers pretty much. Or they could go after you if they watched you make a drug deal. But you could literally like shoot up, smoke crack, snort, whatever in front of the police, and they're not going to come after you. That's the type of city. It's an open air drug market. So it's like a very extreme situation. But yeah, our mayor has been making like really big dents in the drug arrests every week. So that's been happening, but I'm sure it's still like, again, I haven't been there in years, a couple years now. But I'm sure there's still, it's still Kensington, right? They're just going after the dealers more.
And you were pushing a carriage and there were a bunch of people who clearly were on, well, now they have super meth or whatever it is.
Super meth.
But it is real. It is a real thing. It is a real thing. That are on any of these drugs, you would not want to push a carriage down that block. But it's not exactly just about violence per se.
I told you I would actually feel comfortable with that.
Okay,
The
so you
issue is-
would.
the issue is not these people.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say
Okay.
that most parents would not be comfortable with that. But it's not just about that. I would also say, if you spend any time in, well, Hollywood's become a total disaster too, but if you go down Melrose, you go down to these places that were once thriving, the store everywhere, the stores are closed.
Okay,
there
this has
are
nothing
not
to-
shoppers, but it's because of the economic conditions.
Exactly. It's
that
a part of the
leftists-
economic conditions.
No,
So what
but-
we
but
need is
who's been-
economic equity.
No. But
we
who's
need
been running?
policymakers.
But
I honestly feel like, because if you look out in the suburbs too, like, you know, like growing up, at least like I'm 30. So when I was a teenager, going to the mall was like a cool thing you did on the weekends with your friends and stuff. All the malls are shut down in the suburbs, besides King of Prussia, which is like the second largest mall in America or whatever. So that's kind of different. But like, I don't think the Springfield Mall is there. Maybe it is. The Granite Run Mall is gone. Anyways, a bunch of malls around the country are closing, right? A lot of the stores at the shopping centers I grew up going to are empty. So this isn't just a city problem. This is like, I think like a lot of it has to do with Amazon, people buying products from the internet and having them shipped to their house. People just aren't going out shopping as much anymore.
Democrats have been running this city forever.
If anything, I feel like cities probably have more successful small businesses than almost anywhere else. Because here, like, people are walking around, they're on their bikes, they're not driving as much, they're commuting to work, like, taking public transportation. They stop at the local coffee shop, like I literally did this morning. It's not a Starbucks, it's like a small business. I eat from the deli, I go to the bodega, I shop at like the local grocery store, which the one by my house right now is giant, but it used to be like a chain, or not like a chain, like a family-owned grocery store. So I feel like there's a lot more small business support in the city than probably anywhere else.
Democrats have been running the state
Okay,
of
but here's the
California
thing.
forever.
Republicans who are running to represent the city, including Spencer Pratt,
Wait.
is not coming in to build housing for all the issues that there is not enough housing in
it's
Los
not a-
Angeles
but it's
to
not a
house
housing.
the number of people
It's
experiencing
not-
homelessness.
No.
Yes,
Hold
it is,
hold on.
because on
it's
any
not
given
a
night...
housing issue. It's
yes,
not a
it is.
housing
On
issue.
any given
You
night,
could give drug
more
addicts
than-
all the beds and homes that there
This is
are,
true.
and it will not work.
He's right. He's actually right about this. This is true.
It will not work. If you told me that what you were trying to do was figure out truly functional programs that would help these people get off drugs, and they could actually work,
Like
I could-
universal health care.
I could get.
You could get behind that, but Republicans aren't doing that. And like, I wish Democrats would do that more. But this all has to do with like taxes and public funding and welfare and stuff like that, right? Which is just something Republicans are against. But I will say Democrats need to step it up when it comes to programs like that.
get on some of that. No, but just saying universal health care, and we're going to give health care to everybody.
Well, Dave,
just
you
say,
haven't given me a
say.
moment to speak and retort. So what I want to say is that on any given night in Los Angeles, in LA County, there are more than 72,000 people experiencing homelessness. In LA City, there are more than 43,000
Democrat-run Los
people.
Angeles.
Let me finish.
Democrat-run
There are more than
Los
43,000
Angeles.
people experiencing homelessness. Yet there are only about 16,000 interim housing shelter beds. Meanwhile, there are more than 250,000 vacant units. Here's the thing, Democrats, what I'm saying...
Is your argument that Democrats have not funded? Is your argument that Democrats have not funded homeless policies enough because they've
my argument is that Republicans are not going to fund it either. They're just going to criminalize our neighbors experiencing poverty, and we cannot criminalize our neighbors experiencing homelessness because they are poor.
But you seem more angry at Republicans who've had nothing to do with this. Republicans have literally no influence in this city or in this state. So even if I could grant you some,
but they have said what they want to do, which is come in and criminalize people who are living poor in public, and that is not going to solve the problem. That is going to shuffle the problem down the street. Is going to create more incarceration.
That's why Philadelphia, at least I don't know if New York has changed, but growing up, Philadelphia had a lot of homeless populations because it was illegal to be homeless in New York. So homeless people from New York would come to Philly because it's not illegal here. I don't know if it is still illegal to be homeless in New York. No, it is not strictly illegal to be homeless in New York City, and the city operates under a unique legal right to shelter mandate. However, there are restrictions on where you can sleep and set up personal belongings. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure... While it's not illegal to be homeless, city regulations generally prohibit the erection of tents or the creation of encampments in public areas such as parks, sidewalks, and subway stations. Yeah. The city regularly conducts sweeps to remove unauthorized obstructions and encampments. So maybe, I don't know if it used to actually be illegal, or they're just like way stricter on homeless people being out and about in the open, but that's why a lot of them would come to Philadelphia, and we have such a high homeless population here.
You're angry at people. You seem angry at people that aren't in power and haven't been in power here in decades than the people who are actually in power. If you're angry,
I can be angry at both.
But if you're angry at somebody, be angry at Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom, when he was mayor of San Francisco, had his 10-year plan to end homelessness in San Francisco. I am sure I don't have to tell you about the drug and homelessness problem.
You don't. But what we don't actually have is permanent supportive housing. We do not have enough permanent supportive housing with wraparound services. So you can't just criminalize people and throw people in jail.
No. So we have a fundamental difference on what you can do for these people. I don't think that if you take a bunch of drug addicts and just give them beds, that's going to solve anything. I think it's going to prolong it for the most part, okay? So we have a fundamental difference there. That's just fine. But what I would say is aim your anger.
I'm sure that you would probably do drugs if you lived on the street as well.
Aim your anger at the people who have been in charge. Your anger should not be at Spencer
My anger is at the duopoly, which is both Democrats and Republicans.
But it's not a duopoly here. It's not a duopoly here. Here in Los Angeles, which has Karen Beck.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, thank you. He's quick. Hi, Eric. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
So I really want to ground this conversation more in what I believe is the greatest damage that's happening right now in America, which is the affordability problem. Okay. And I think that there's no one who has exacerbated that more than Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans. We can talk about cities specifically, but I like to just talk about the nation as a whole.
Sure.
If you look, I was previously an economics teacher for 12th grade, and if you looked at the three primary indicators of how the economy is doing, GDP, the labor market, and inflation, all three of those are indicating that the economy is going in a downhill direction. And that's also validated by a recent poll. 73% of people in America are saying that the economy is in poor condition. Now, if you look at the primary things that the Trump administration has done, taking away people's health care in one big, beautiful bill, the war in Iran, which has raised gas prices, that's really the thing that is making everyone really feel like, oh, affordability, I need to choose between gas and groceries. This is the big problem that we're experiencing. So I don't think that going more in a Republican direction is necessarily going to be helpful for that, because we're seeing that Donald Trump ran on a platform of making the economy better. He appealed to people, the populace.
All right, so about this point, if you still vote for Democrats in 2026, you're voting for broken cities, broken schools, and broken borders. I've already talked about how cities in Republican states are no better than cities in Democratic states. They just tend to be smaller, but they're definitely no more safe. Wilmington as my example. You could look at Florida cities, even Orlando, Tallahassee. What's that other big city? Well, obviously Miami, but that's not really what I was thinking of. There's a few northern Florida cities that are really bad. You could look at New Orleans. You can look at cities in Texas. It really doesn't matter. Cities in Republican states aren't doing any better than cities in Democratic states. When you look at schools, we already talked about how Democratic schools tend to do much more better. The worst schools are always Republican state schools. And as for borders, like, again, Obama did great on the borders. So, yeah, I just feel like this point is mute.
Of saying, listen, I understand the struggle. They pointed the finger at immigrants, at trans people, LGBTQ people, but then he made it worse. I don't think a lot of people were expecting that, the economy could actually go in a worse direction. So I just want to say...
Again, I think there's been a certain theme that I disagree with a little bit of the premise there, but I can basically get on board what you said there. Look, if you want to create the conditions for economic success, what I think you have to do is you have to lower taxes literally for everybody, and you have to eliminate as much regulation as possible. Right? When we see a massive exodus right now, we'll use New York as an example. Since Mamdani has taken over, they have lost trillions of dollars in tax revenue, right? So the guy wants to fund big government programs, and what he's saying is, I want to tax these people more, and then he is causing them to leave. That is what people are going to do in a free society.
Wait. He said trillions of dollars, right?
In tax revenue, right? So the guy over, they have lost trillions of dollars in tax revenue.
They have lost trillions of dollars in tax revenue. Does he literally just pull these numbers out of his fucking asshole?
Right, so the guy wants to fund big government programs, and what he's saying is, I want to tax these people more, and then he is causing them to leave. That is what people are going to do.
All right, fact check, bitches. There's no evidence New York City has lost trillions in tax revenue since Mamdani took office. Official projections show city tax collections in the tens of billions and rising from about 84 billion in 2026 toward 100 billion by 2030. Employment and leasing data also do not show a mass business or billionaire exodus. Finance, jobs, and major office leases remain strong, with limited relocations reflecting per existing trends. Yeah, again, this is just I've heard this from the Republicans, and I've seen no evidence to actually back this up. They just said, because Mamdani said that he's going to tax the rich people, then they're just trying to make the logical train that rich people are going to leave. But they aren't. It's not happening.
In a free society, right? We have states' rights, and in Florida, say, we have no state income tax, we have low regulation. We create the conditions for economic...
Rich people aren't gonna fucking leave New York. Are you joking? Just think about it for 2 seconds.
Boom, and that's what we're getting right now. It's not a coincidence that massive corporations, and if you look at nothing else between blue and red right now, do you know how many people since COVID have moved to Florida?
I want to touch on what you were talking about, Mamdani, because I don't know the answer to that, but I can say.
Okay, I'm not trying to get you. I'm not trying to get you. So 2.3
people always move to Florida. Literally, no matter what year it is, people are always moving to Florida. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if, what's the stereotype of person that moves to Florida? Old people. What does this country have a lot of right now? Old people. So it kind of makes sense. If for after COVID, a bunch of boomers were like, fuck this, I want to move to Florida. And the boomer generation is just moving to Florida, just like every other past generation of old person moves to fucking Florida. It's like, wow, crazy.
3 million people have moved to Florida since COVID, right? And it was largely because of COVID. Then there were economic opportunities. Now it's because there's a huge boom down there and there's lower taxes, and DeSantis is trying to get rid of property taxes, et cetera, et cetera. You know how many people have left California since COVID?
Well,
Florida gained roughly 1.8 to 2 million residents from 2020 to 2024. Plausible motivating factors include pandemic-era relocation, remote work flexibility, no state income tax, and initially lower...
I would like to...
Relative? Did they just, like, stop the sentence? Oh, an initially lower relative? I don't know what that last part means, but...
Again, I'm not trying to get you. Hold on,
billionaires who would leave
on.
California if there was a proposed billionaire tax, and the percent is less than 5%.
No, but the billionaires
That's
are
actually
the billionaires
a myth that
but wait,
billionaires will leave.
But the billionaires
state.
the billionaires are leaving. Peter
not.
Thiel left. Elon Musk left. We can,
them.
but look at Ken Griffin.
What does
just
that
in
have
the
to do
just
with
in the
it?
last
We
2
gotta
weeks?
pause
Well,
there.
if you
We
want,
gotta
if
pause
you
there. You've been voted out by the
yeah,
majority.
if you want their money, they're going to take it. All right, I started.
Thanks.
He didn't try very hard.
Not really.
That's-
Hi, Kian. Nice to meet you.
Hi, good to meet you.
I want to talk on broken schools. You mentioned that you think schools are teaching kids what to think, not how to think. I just finished my student teaching program today. I'm getting my teacher certificate like right now.
Great. Yeah.
Thank you. Everything we talk about in my program, every piece of what you guys would probably consider to be like woke critical race theory has been so beneficial for me in my student teaching and connecting with our students.
Give me an example.
Yeah, taking students' backgrounds into account when I am planning my lessons, making it actually engaging for them is like the step one if you want to
Yeah, like relating the lesson to their actual lives.
teach them anything. Because if
Can
students
you give me
aren't engaged-
an actual example? I'm
okay,
following
for
you
sure.
here. Yeah.
Like I have noticed a lot of my students are specifically concerned about like money and being able to make money in the future. So when
Sure.
we're reading Romeo and Juliet, we talk about the class like dynamics at play in that play.
Sure.
Because that's something they're interested in. So when I talk about that, they can buy in and they can actually do that.
Okay.
This is something that the right would look at and say is like CRT. You're just like looking at them because they're from like poorer economic backgrounds, so they're doing all this.
Well, you
and it
haven't,
gets
you
deemed
haven't,
as
but you
this.
haven't mentioned anything related to race. I don't have an inherent problem with what you just described right there. I don't see how that's CRT.
We're not trying to teach people what to think. We're teaching them how to think, and the way to do that is by getting them engaged. And I think we see this in that all the top states are all blue states. All the top states for education are all blue states. Do you dispute that?
Florida's number one in higher education without question. I mean, you check the
K
US
through 12.
check US News World
K through
Report.
12.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Florida's top
It's
3.
not. It's not.
We'd
It's
have
not
to
in the
check.
top
check
5.
check US News World Report. We
It's not
can
true.
fact
Okay.
check it. Yeah,
Please
yeah.
do.
Yeah. What I would say
U.S. News 2024 to 2025 pre-K-12 state rankings put blue states, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and Connecticut in the top 3. So the highest rated K-12 systems in that index are indeed in Democratic-leaning states, but it's not strictly true that every top-ranked K-12 states is blue under all data sets. Florida is ranked number 1 in overall education in the U.S. News state rankings primarily because of its consistently stronger higher education performance, while it ranks around 22nd in the K through 12 sub-ranking. Okay.
basic situation when it comes to education is we should have school choice. We should have charter schools, we should have public schools, we should have private schools. You shouldn't necessarily be stuck in a failing school just because of your zip code.
The problem is that no, you shouldn't be stuck in a failing school. But why are these public schools failing? They should not be failing in the first place. We should be fixing the public schools. Hello?
I'm glad
and
you brought
want to
this
have
up,
as much
but-
choice as possible within the system, and then it also creates competition. I also look. We have a huge
I'm
homeschool.
sorry, I gotta cut you off.
We have a huge.
No, it doesn't create competition. I mean, like, technically, but it really just takes away money. It takes away more money from the public schools because they get money based on property taxes, like I said, but also the amount of students that attend the school. So if not a lot of students are attending the public schools anymore, they're going to get even less money, and it's going to exacerbate the problem. Why don't we just fix the public schools?
Charter schools are not more inclusive. Do you know what the average cost of
Well, I
private
didn't say
schools?
I didn't say anything about inclusive.
You said you
well,
don't want people to get stuck.
I don't want people. I want.
Okay, well,
I want
I
there
think
to
schools
be.
should be inclusive.
Well, it depends what you mean by inclusive. So
I
what,
think
so
that
what do you mean
everyone
by
should have
inclusive?
similar opportunities, and the way to do that is
Sure.
not with school choice. School choice.
So you want
guts public
state? You
funding.
want state-run,
It does gut public funding, yes.
no competition.
I think
school.
having
Do you-
public
how-
schools
yeah.
is the best way to
Well-
get the most amount of people, and if we make public education good and we actually
that's
put resources into
that's
it.
a hell of a
I
caveat.
know, but
If-
that's
well, who's in
school
charge? Let me
choice.
ask-
It shouldn't be that hard. We're the fucking United States of fucking America. It shouldn't be that hard to make our public education good. Like every other fucking Western nation has done it. Why is it so hard for us? Because they don't want us to be smart. They don't want you to be smart. They want you to be fucking dumb. Like Dave Rubin here. This is what they want. A bunch of little Dave Rubins voting. That's what they want.
Is what guts that.
But if you want school choice?
Yes.
School-
Where do you think
wait,
the funding goes with school choice?
Wait, I
it
think
comes from public education
No,
to go to private and charter
Right.
schools.
So I would have as many charter schools as possible, as many private schools as possible. I would encourage homeschooling.
So you wanna-
I would encourage.
So the people who can't afford those schools just get fucked over then.
eliminate
Not-
public schooling.
I think actually you could. Over time, I think you could, but I'm not calling for that today. You want
Can I tell you what I really want?
state-run
Can I tell you what I
schools.
really want?
So might I recommend?
Schools have always been state.
But
Like-
has always been state run, and how do you think that's working out? How do
I
you
think it was
that's
working out really great until we started gutting our funding. If we look at class sizes right now, can I
this
talk about
is-
class sizes?
Sure.
My teacher, my mentor teacher, has class sizes of up to 40 students in her classes.
So I would
That
create
is not
more-
sustainable. If we put more funding in, we can hire more teachers for those public schools to get class sizes down, which is the number one thing.
So
'Cause
you
if we
think?
have
So
lower
you think
class
just
sizes,
if we
wait, let me
just
finish,
you think
please.
if we just put more money into these things?
I
that
think
would
if we
have
hire
better
more
results?
teachers,
Yeah.
if we hire more teachers,
Yeah.
It's always more money for the military, more money for the border, more money for this, more money for that, but it's never more money for education. It's always, they already get a lot of money. They already get enough money. That's what I always hear from Republicans every fucking time. I'm sick of it.
then we have lower class sizes. Teachers like myself can
Yes, it's not just money. You can't just fix the school system with just money, but money doesn't hurt.
individualize our curriculum. We can take individual students into account in our lesson planning, which is something I do because I was
Sure.
lucky enough to have a small class size, but other classes
it
don't have that,
It
so
strikes
it's not
me
possible.
that you would be quite a good teacher, likely in a pod or at a charter school or at something where it would be more one-on-one.
I'd be a good teacher anywhere, I promise
Okay, we
you.
got to
okay,
pause
that-
there.
that's
we got
fine,
to
but I
pause there.
can-
You've been
yeah.
voted out by the
Yeah.
majority.
Yeah, let's put all the good teachers in the charter schools and the private schools and just fuck the public schools because they're run by the state. So fuck them, kids. Fuck you.
Thank you.
By the way, it's only particular private schools because, it's particular public schools because the suburban public schools in Democrat states are fan-fucking-tastic. I'm in Pennsylvania. Okay, we have amazing public schools outside of the city. In the suburbs, in the Philadelphia suburbs, the public schools are fucking insane. Some of them have swimming pools. One of them has like a Chick-fil-A in their fucking cafeteria. They have all these sports programs. They have all this funding because the property taxes are so fucking high out there. So it's like main line, right? Like Media and Radnor and Lower Merion and all these places. So yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna dox my particular high school. It wasn't any of those, but I went to a pretty good, it wasn't as nice as those schools, but it was a very nice public high school. Very nice. as far as like the programs. The building itself was kind of shitty and old and moldy, but the actual programs were like really good. We had really good teachers and funding and stuff.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, how are you?
All right, good. What is one main metric that Donald Trump has made better off since he got in office? So like an example would be GDP, unemployment, inflation, et cetera.
Well, right now, first off, the big beautiful bill was just passed last year and it's kicking in now, right? It's kicking in now. Okay, so we're going to now see results of that, like even the tariffs. All right, so let's do tariffs. Are you for or against tariffs?
Against the universal tariff. So what's the main metric that he made better off?
What?
What's the main metric that he made better off? GDP, unemployment, inflation? Do you have any idea?
Listen.
I don't think you do.
Do you think, hold on, so you're arguing that things economically were better under Joe Biden
At the end of his administration, absolutely.
Yeah, so can you give me an example of how?
Yeah, GDP growth was better off, real median wage growth was better off, inflation was better off at the end of his administration, unemployment was better off at the end of his administration. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, just this last year under Trump's administration. The inflation, 3.8% year over year since Trump got in office. We're seeing all of those economic indicators become worse off. Can you tell me anything that he's done to make it better off? You say it's broken for Democrats. It sounds like it's broken right now under Trump.
Have you looked at the stock market?
It's worse off in terms.
Have you looked at the stock market? I'm sorry, but like the stock market, like it's minorly important. The majority of people don't have their money in the stock market, but whatever.
The growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. If you look at Dow Jones and S&P 500,
they're both up quite a bit right now,
but lower rate,
and
lower
doing,
rate,
and
lower
doing
growth
quite
rate.
well. You know, things don't happen overnight. So Donald Trump, for example, things don't. That's true. That's true. There's reality. There's actual reality. Like
We are halfway through 2026. Donald Trump was elected. When did he come into office? 2025. So it's been like a year and a half. GDP growth, Trump 2025, 2.2%, Biden 2.4%. Inflation, Trump 2026, 3.8%, Biden 3%. Unemployment, Trump April 2026, 4.3%, Biden 4.1%. And by the way, Biden was way closer to the pandemic happening, right? He came in office after the pandemic. 2025 was Trump's worst non-COVID year for job growth. True. The S&P 500 returned 16.39% in 2025, which was a decline from the 23% to 24% growth seen in 2024. Like, does MAGA think when Democrats come up here with all these statistics that we just make them the fuck up? Because, like, we actually give actual numbers and stats and shit like that. They never do. They just say rhetoric and talking points. So, like, I don't know how do you go through life like that? Like, back up your fucking shit, man. Like, come on. They make arguments and they have no support for them, and they just keep making them and making them and making them, and people keep eating them up. It's like, blows my mind.
Put policies into place and they don't just kick in the next day, right?
Well, Donald Trump, been a year and a half.
Donald Trump said when the tariffs.
He said in a year, prices would be down 50% for electricity. Are they up right now?
Hold on. Donald Trump when he brought in the
50% for electricity. Are they up?
Donald Trump said when the tariffs.
He said in a year, prices would be down 50% for electricity. Are they up right now?
Hold on. Donald Trump, when he brought in the whole idea of
our electric bill is crazy. We also use a lot of electricity in our house, though.
Tariffs. Would you agree that for the last 4 decades, we have had completely lopsided trade deals with all of these countries where they're tariffing and taxing our products that go to them, and they're getting sweet deals when they sell to the American public? Do you think that's a fair?
Didn't Trump address that with the USMCA, but he went against that when he didn't extend it through the context of his new trade agreement because he wanted to place tariffs on all of them again. And his tariffs that he's placing on are destroying our relationships with countries all around the world.
No,
it's costing. Wait, please finish.
When you say destroying relationships,
it's costing consumers here in this country. A Federal Reserve report just came out, indicated that we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place. Meaning we'd be able to bring down interest rates and we'd be able to increase investment within our economy and bring more.
So I'm gonna admit I'm not like super knowledgeable on this particular topic, from what I have looked into, it does seem like there were a few countries that get sweet deals in terms of our military, in terms of like our military capabilities, but like also that helps us in return. But as far as trade deals, like MAGA tries to spin this as in like just because we buy more, that means that we're getting like the bad end of the deal. Like, no, that just means that we actually have such a good economy. We're actually buying more from other countries. So yeah, that doesn't have to do with a bad deal. That's just how we operate. We are a buyer more than a seller, and that's not actually a bad thing. But they try to spin it like that. Like, we have to be buying and selling equally from all these countries. Like, no, that's retarded.
Or jobs back.
Hold on. When you say destroying our relationships with other countries, well,
a 2026 Federal Reserve analysis finds the Trump era and renewed tariffs have raised core goods prices by about 3.1% and added roughly 0.8% points to core PCE inflation, meaning inflation today would likely be much closer to the Fed's 2% target without those tariffs.
well, other countries were getting sweet deals, right? If Canada, which was charging crazy taxes and tariffs on our products that were going to them, and we were basically charging nothing back, how can we sell to their market? So if they're upset with us, right? So China is a little upset with right now. Upset with us. We're trying to get fairer deals. Canada, obviously under Carney, is upset with us because we're trying to get fairer deals. Donald Trump is trying to reset things. We were basically the world's piggy bank for the last, it's really basically post-World War II, and Donald Trump is trying to...
Yeah, that's just fucking stupid. It's like saying I go to my grocery store. No, hold on, let me see. America is more of like a consumerist country than a manufacturing, like, selling country. And sure, if you like, I'm fine with bringing back some manufacturing to America. I think that's fine. But the fact that we are a consumerist country isn't like inherently a bad thing. In fact, it shows it's just a result of us having such a good economy. It's like you're a rich person and you have a business, and like you sell things from your business, but you're so rich from your business that you spend a lot of fucking money and you actually buy more things than you sell. That doesn't mean that's a bad deal. That's actually a really fucking good deal. That means you're making so much money selling your things, you're able to buy even more things. That's like a kind of an analogy of what's happening with like the American economy. If that makes sense. We can be consumerist because we have so much money. Just because we're not selling the same amount to the countries that we're buying from, that's not a bad trade deal, or that's not us getting ripped off.
Reverse that so that we will have fairer deals. If you told me that it was just zero across the board and there were no tariffs going anywhere.
Name an unfair deal. I want to hear one unfair deal with one country or something. Tell me.
Which way, I could completely get on board that. But as long as countries...
Like, none of this, like, just stop these generalizations of like, we are the world's piggy bank and these bad trade deals. I want to hear a fucking example.
Are going to treat us unfairly, often while we foot the bill for their defense.
Who's
or a
treating
series
us
of other
unfairly?
things, and we give them
Tell
foreign
me.
aid and everything else. Well, then we should have equal playing field going both directions.
What better deal
Give an example.
did he get?
What?
What better deal did he get?
What do you mean? Several countries have already come back, and
Which ones?
Name any of the conditions that made the trade better off. Give me the specifics.
Canada, I think they had something like a 60% tariff on cheese, literally on cheese, that was being sold from America, from Wisconsin to Canada. And that basically is zero right now. That's one
Basically, so what
little
is it?
example. I think it's zero right now.
Okay, so
I
that's
think
a
it's zero
targeted
right now.
tariff, not a universal tariff.
Yeah.
Can you name
Fact check, bitches. Canada did not have a flat 60% tariff on U.S. cheese. That's now basically zero. Under the USMCA, U.S. cheese gets expanded duty-free access within quotas, but Canada still applies steep over-quota tariffs on about 245% on cheese. The protection was not reduced from 60% to zero. So there's no cheese tariff, Canadian cheese tariff deal.
one country that had a universal tariff on us?
I think there are several countries that
Name
did.
one.
I think there are several countries
Name
that
one.
did. Honestly, I'm not sure, but I think there are several countries that did.
Okay, so why are we placing universal?
That
So then why don't we
zeroed
place
out
it-
the tariffs.
so then why don't we
I think
place-
Argentina did, if I'm not mistaken. I think Israel did. I think a few other countries did.
Why don't we put a proportional tariff?
Yeah.
All right, another fact check, folks. The United States introduced broad reciprocal tariffs in 2025, a baseline 10% and higher levels for deficit countries that applied to many trading partners, including Argentina and Israel, while those countries largely operate under normal WTO or FTA-based schedules towards U.S. goods with ongoing negotiations to reduce not universal tariffs.
On them the same that they put on us so that we can negotiate that down. It doesn't seem like Trump's looking for that.
What do you mean?
Trump's-
That's
Trump's-
exactly
hold
what
up, and
Trump
again,
did.
Let me just clarify. The tariffs are being paid by our consumers. So
He's so stupid.
Trump, while trying to get his deals, is making inflation go up and making it worse off for you at the grocery store, worse off for you at the gas pump, worse off
do
for
you think
you
we
when
should
you're
just-
trying to buy a house.
yeah.
So can you, again, like you
Yeah,
could
I'm
mention
not-
before,
I'm
can
not
you name
sure
one
if you're-
metric that
I'm not
Trump's
sure-
made better off
I'm
since he
just
got in
not sure of
office?
the premise of what you're saying, because do you think we should just have free trade with everybody without any penalization?
I thought you were
going
like
either
libertarian.
way?
Don't you want
Yeah.
free trade?
No, that's what I'm saying. So,
Okay.
so I think you're agreeing with me. What Donald Trump
But
is trying
he
to do
hasn't
is
overall decreased tariffs.
He's trying.
The
because it
Supreme Court
doesn't-
did more to decrease tariffs than he did.
It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen overnight.
What are you even saying right now? Do you want tariffs or do you want free trade or like what? I don't even think he knows what's going on.
Yeah,
They're
you keep saying that.
negotiating these things.
Have
yeah.
we done anything in his office yet?
Yes.
What?
Yes. Scott Besson every day is negotiating with these other countries. You think that
I
he
think
can
the
just?
negotiations
It's been a year and a half. Where was the fucking 90 deals in 90 days or whatever? Like,
are worse
You-
off with the JCPOA. We have less political concessions right now than we had a decade ago under the JCPOA. So tell me, what political concessions have we got with the war with Iran since Trump started it?
Well, right now, Iran literally exports no oil. Every day they are losing $500 million. So what you can do over time is you have.
Iran is not exporting no oil, and it's not losing $500 million a day. Recent tanker tracking data, why did I say data like a fucking British person, cited by the Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, and others show Iran exporting roughly 1.5 to 2 million barrels a day and earning around $100 to $150 million in oil revenue per day. Huh.
A military adventure, which we had 40 days, which we took out their air force and their entire navy and everything else, and now we completely control their
None of those were
economy.
concerned. What's
And
the political concession since the beginning of the war?
What's the political concession
Yes.
from Iran since
Yes.
the beginning of the war?
Yes, name one.
Well, we're having negotiations with them right now.
And we haven't gotten anything?
We're having negotiations with
nothing.
them right now.
So nothing.
Well, we're in a negotiation
We've been
process.
in a war
you
for
can-
2.5 months now. We got
you-
no political concessions.
for 2.5
After
months.
a
How long do you think
a
wars are
decade
supposed
ago,
to
we
take?
had a limitation in terms of them enriching uranium to 3.7%. That was going to be in place until 2030. It would still be in place to this
Again,
day.
we
if Donald
started.
Trump didn't pull out of the JCPOA.
We started with this. They admitted they were enriching past that point.
After
After the
Steve
JCPOA.
Witkoff said the day,
Oh
2
my
or 3
God,
days
why can't he
before
get
the
it through his
war
head?
started that they admitted they were enriching more. Also,
when
you
Trump
have
pulled
to,
out of the
you
agreement
also,
and
you
then
also
the
have
original
to,
strike that we made a year ago,
You also have to.
they haven't been building up
You also
since
have to go
then,
on the
according
assumption.
to the DNI.
Why
the
is
Director
it
of
that?
National
Why is
Intelligence,
it that
Tulsi
you?
Gabbard, in
Why
front of
is
the
it that
entire
you
Congressional
believe?
Committee.
Why would you believe?
Why would you just blindly believe Iran? Why would you just believe that they're not enriching? Like because the deal was totally like just blind faith believing Iran's numbers that they gave us. Like totally.
the Iranian theocratic regime? Why would you
I'm not.
believe
That's
that
US
they are
intelligence.
doing right?
That's the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, appointed by Donald Trump. So explain to me why you don't believe her.
Listen, Marco Rubio.
Why don't you believe her?
Marco, hold on.
Why don't you believe the entire U.S. intelligence
He doesn't know what he's talking. He doesn't even know what he's fucking talking about.
committee? Why do you think they're all lying?
So, are you saying that Donald Trump just ignored the entire
So embarrassing.
U.S. intelligence community?
Yes,
No, he
literally,
didn't.
that's what he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes.
That's it. That's okay. So that's an interesting
What?
disconnect that we have. I mean, Marco
Then why
Rubio.
do they contradict each other?
Marco Rubio very clearly laid out what was going on here. And by the way,
Tell me.
Donald Trump
'Cause he
and
contradicted Trump, too.
Donald Trump and every president for the last 40 years has said that Iran will not get a nuclear bomb. Right? Every president has said that. Joe Biden said no. Remember, Kamala Harris said no
Yeah,
or
the JCPOA
don't.
limited
Right?
it to a greater
Okay.
extent. Why didn't you address that point?
Again, you are going on the assumption that
He doesn't know what the JCPOA is. Oh my god. Is there gonna be a second one? Oh my god. Whew. I don't know what just like tickled my nose so hard. Ooh. Ugh. Okay. Something just like tickled my nose so fucking hard. Holy shit. Anyways, he doesn't know what the JCPOA is. Just like that's why he keeps dancing around this so hard. He has no idea what the fuck that is.
you can trust these random inspectors that are going into these places.
Now they're just random fucking inspectors, US intelligence, like to confirm the deal. Like, what? What do you think America? What? Do you have so little like? Yeah, the deal was a trust me, bro. I'm not enriching this. Trust me, bro. And America was like, cool, yeah, that works. I trust you, bro.
IAEA?
Literally,
They're
yeah,
random
yeah,
inspectors.
all right.
The IAEA is the International
I thi-
Atomic Energy.
With all due respect, I think
That's
I think that trusting some of these international things that they somehow have America's interests or the West's interests in mind, I think is a kind of faulty.
And this is what they always go back to. I just had this debate the other night with this fucking dude about crime in America and how it's basically the lowest point in all of American history. And he's like, well, you can't trust the statistics. I don't believe the statistics. They're lying. And it's like, okay. So then, and I knew he was going to do that. So I was like, okay, well, let's think about it logically. We have insane forensics. We have insane, like, camera technology, police technology. It's harder than ever to get away with a crime. Like, people are less likely to do crimes if they feel they're being watched or recorded. And if the tiniest speck of DNA is left behind, you will get caught and go to jail for a very long time. People are less likely to commit crimes if they feel they're going to get caught. Okay, so even if you just think about it logically, yes, America would be safer today than ever before. But, like, he was just like, I don't believe the stats. And I'm like, so if you don't believe the stats, then you can't say that America isn't safer today than ever before either. Like, it's just so fucking disingenuous and stupid. Like, what am I supposed to debate? I'm debating an agnostic at that point. Like, fuck you.
It's just a faulty premise, I would
so
say.
the international actors that are
Yeah.
lying. They don't
Well,
actually
do you
have
think-
legitimate
you-
surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities?
No, they don't.
Okay, so
they
that
don't.
you think
They have. What do you mean? They were
We gotta
buried. They were
pause here,
buried
guys. We
under.
gotta
They were
pause.
buried
We're
under
running out of
mountains.
time.
They were buried underground. My next surrounded claim is that progressives push normal, moderate Americans to the right.
Like to debate this claim, please.
Progressives push normal, moderate Americans to the right. I think that has happened. I do think that has happened for sure. But I think it's like, I think a lot of it is the right taking the most far extreme radical left and then painting all of the left as that, being like, all people on the left want to turn your kids trans when they're 5 years old and they think it's okay, like, or like, all people on the left just want open borders, like, yay, come on in everybody, woo. Or like, all people on the left want to take all your guns, every single fucking gun gone, goodbye, we're just gonna throw them in the ocean. Like, it's like all these fucking really extreme positions that the majority of people on the left do not believe, and leftist politicians certainly do not like advocate for, and they abuse those, and then people are like, oh wow, that is really bad, the left is crazy. So I think the right has done like a really good job at basically like violating liberals' actual positions, because nobody ever listens to us. Nobody ever listens to us. It doesn't matter how many fucking panels I go on and I talk about my beliefs, which are my particular beliefs, and I still get posed, or I still get painted as a far left progressive person with all of these positions that I don't actually have. But just because I'm on the left, they say that I have those. And I'm like, I literally am telling you I don't. And most people don't. So yeah, I don't know like how that happened. I don't know when that happened. But yeah, like somehow the extreme left has been used against us much more than the extreme right has been used against them, because anytime you bring up the extreme far right, everyone goes like, well, it's not all Republicans. Well, no, it's not all of them. They're not all white supremacists. They're not all racist. They don't all want to take away women's rights to vote. As soon as you say that about the right, they're not all Nazis. Like, oh my God, stop calling them all Nazis. But we all get called communists, fascists, fucking now we're getting called terrorists, child abusers and pedophiles, right? These are all accusations that the left gets constantly. And then people just believe them for some reason. We never get well, it's not all leftists. It's not all of the left. But the right is granted that for some reason. So I don't know when that happened or how that happened, but that's really fucking annoying.
Please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
So my argument here is that what progressives are doing is opening up opportunities for people to...
Oh God. As soon as I said not all people are on the left are communists, a fucking communist comes up. But like, you have to admit, your average Democrat is not a communist. Like, if you just think about it for 5 minutes, those are going to be the loudest people on Twitter. Just like how the loudest people on Twitter on the right are the fucking racist, white supremacist, extreme Christian nationalist people, right? That's not your average Republican. And I understand that and I see that. But for some reason, your average left person, they do get labeled as all the extreme labels.
To reevaluate the way that they see politics, right? Progressives are arguing that more pocket power should be delivered to the average American. That is like one of the foundational tenets of progressivism.
Yeah. Can you say what that means? What does more pocket power mean?
Okay, right. So this is the idea, right, that under our current system, we see that the majority of power, as well as just like monetary control, exists within people who own private property. And to essentially decrease that gap, progressives want to give more power to those who are in the workplace.
Do you not want people to own private property?
Well, I'm definitely anti-capitalist, I would say.
Yeah.
So I would say that workers should own the means of production.
Right. Oh, so you're a communist.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know.
What is communism?
I haven't talked to a real life communist.
What's
in
a
while.
communist?
Well, you want the people to own the means of production, and you don't seem to believe in
the people
private
who create
property.
the people who create
Yeah.
value, as in create the value of commodities, should own the actual value that they create from that process. Yeah.
Like most people on the left do not think like this. Most people on the left are fine with capitalism. Maybe with like some adjustments. Like, I don't think capitalism is perfect by any means. I think there needs to be adjustments, like restrictions, I would say. Like, I honestly don't think companies should be allowed to buy from sellers that use child labor, for example, or sellers that use basically slavery. I think that should be restricted. So like the free market in that sense, like I think it needs to be a little bit less free. But other than that, like I don't know, like I'm fine with like the fundamentals of capitalism, right? Private property, private whatever, all that shit.
Yes.
So my answer, if you want the people, everyone in this room and everyone in this country to have more, what I would want is that you would take less from them. So you tax everybody less. You remove regulation. You create the conditions for competition and capitalism.
Well, remove regulation? No. Once you remove regulations, you're just going to get a fucking Ocean Gate situation. Regulations are good. Actually, regulations is what makes our country really good. It's why it makes our production more expensive. That is true. But it also like protects workers and protects a lot of things. The environment, mostly workers, but
so that more people will have more of their money. I want you, I assume you work. Do you work?
Yeah.
Do you pay taxes?
Yeah.
I want you to keep more of your money.
Right.
I don't know what you do. I don't know how much you earn. Whatever it is you earn, I want you to have more of that money so that you can put that money back into the system.
The majority of wealth in the
house.
system is owned by 1% of the population. You understand that, right? And where does that wealth come from?
Wait, 1% of the population. Do you know how much percent they pay in taxes? That 1%?
Not nearly enough, because the majority of their wealth comes from.
It's 47%. Hold on. So 1% of the population pay 47%.
Okay, so I think that's a little bit high. I don't think they pay 47%, but this is not the own that he thinks it is. Let's just say like it's 40%. So 1% of the population owns the majority of the wealth, right? Yet they pay less than half of the taxes for the country. So this is not the own that he thinks it is. The majority of the wealth is paying less than half of the taxes for the country, which means the poorest people are paying the majority of the taxes for the country. So yeah, when you put it like the 1% is paying like 40% of the taxes, that's one way to look at it. But when you put into account that the 1% own the majority of the wealth, and then you compare that to the majority of the wealth is paying less than half of the taxes, not even half of the taxes, then yeah, that just means that the poorest people are paying the majority of the taxes for the country, which is insane.
Accept that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what would be their fair share?
What percent of...
Oh, here. It is not true in a current general sense that 1% of the population pays 40% in taxes. Recent IRS data shows that the top 1% pay about 38 to 40%, yeah, so I was right, of all federal income tax, with an unusual peak near 46% in 2021. Across all taxes, income, payroll, state, and local, their share is lower still. Exactly. Their share is lower, which is ridiculous. The 1% own the majority of the taxes, yet they don't even pay half of the taxes for the country, which means the poor people are paying the majority of the taxes for the country, even though the 1% owns the majority of the wealth in the country. Hello, make it make sense. Do the math. It's not mathin'. There's something else I was gonna say. Oh, like, I will say, I know a couple upper middle class people who make like about $100K a year, and honestly at this point, like, $100K a year is like, I don't know, it's not like making $100K a year isn't like you have money. I would say it's like you're living comfortable, right? Like, you're comfortable, but it's not like you have all these extra expenses, or you have all this extra money to spend on like expenses and stuff. Like, I guess it like depends where you live and shit like that. But if you make $100K a year, you get taxed a lot, like crazy amounts, from what I've seen. So I feel like the upper, like, middle class and upper middle class get taxed like way too high. And then, yeah, like, there are just so many ways around. There's so many ways for millionaires to get around paying their fair share of taxes, because they don't have it all, like, I guess, like, in liquid or like whatever. I don't know. I'm like not a money person, but there's all these ways they get around not paying their fair share of taxes, and I think that's fucked up. And Trump lowered their taxes, and like it says here, their share is lower than, like, comparatively to everybody else. So that's just fucking stupid. Because you could say, like, oh, poor people don't pay a lot of taxes, but when you're poor and you have to pay a $600, you have to pay $600 in April for your taxes, that will break you. Like, that, you don't fucking have that money. That will fucking break you. So yeah, it's like, oh, well, they only have to pay $600. That's nothing. That's a lot to them. Right? So it's all relative.
What would be their fair
is their
share?
actual wealth that they own. That, again, majority of these lineages of, power and
wait, hold on.
ownership
What would be
date
their fair
back
share?
to
What would be their
first
fair share?
accumulation.
Well, if they own the majority of wealth, then they should probably be paying the majority of the taxes. That probably seems fair, right?
What would be their fair share?
I would say that the fact that they own so much,
1%
you're not letting me finish
47% in taxes.
Here's my
thinks
problem.
that's
You're not
such
letting
a
me finish
win.
the point, so we
Yeah.
can't get from point A to B. Do you
Okay.
understand that?
Okay, so
cool.
if you accept
So
that 1%
there's
pay
not going to be a
47%,
fair share when their
yeah.
wealth is coming from the back ends of colonialism. So that's not going to work.
Okay, we got to pause there. We're gonna reset. Please return to your seat.
I don't know what that point is. So the point is 1% of people own the majority of the wealth, and yet they pay less than half of the taxes for the country, which means the rest of the people, who are the poorest people, pay the majority of the taxes for the country, which doesn't make any fucking sense.
You've been voted out.
He's back. All right.
Good to see you again, Dave.
Nice
He
to see
already
you.
went. Why did he push her away? He already went.
It's interesting to point to like 5 anecdotal examples as like an overall consensus on where the American people are moving.
Well, I think they qualify more as more than anecdotal in that Tulsi Gabbard was a Democrat member of Congress. Bobby Kennedy is a Kennedy, which is a standard bearer for Democrat
Do you think
policies.
Bobby Kennedy is also in alignment with most of his family? Would you say that they would concur that he's a representative of the Kennedy family?
I don't know about most. I know some don't like
most,
him. No,
most
some,
don't
no,
like
some
him,
don't.
especially
Some
those
don't
that are
like
the
him
most
and some
vocal
do.
and still participate
Well,
in politics.
he's the
But we
one
can
that's
move
in the
from that.
midst of the
Talking about people like
political-
Joe Rogan, Bill Maher, these
Yeah.
are people that thrive off of clicks and popularity. What's more clickbaity than I left the left? So many people get that, not just because they're getting a whole new audience in order to capitulate to, but there's also like.
So you think Joe Rogan?
There's also like a lot of like.
Hold on.
There's a lot of like oligarchic
I'll go.
money
Hold
too
on.
that like
That's quite
can
a claim.
incentivize people to change their worldview.
Wait. That's
like
quite,
Russian money.
Hold on. That's
like
quite,
for people like Tim Pool
I know
or
what
like
he's
what was
getting
the
at.
Rubin report?
Yeah.
Did that also accept Russian money from Tenet?
All right, I'm more than happy to talk about that, but just very quickly.
That's what it was. I knew it had some kind of net. Remember I was saying like net something in it? Net something in it. God, I'm getting tired. It's almost 1 a.m. I said like net something for the name. Yeah, it's Tenet. So I got the net right, just wrong part of the word.
To impugn Joe's motives, that at the day before the election, he suddenly said, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump for financial or click motives when he's the largest podcaster in the world. That's what you just said.
I'm not saying it's just
That
Joe
is-
Rogan.
that
I'm
is
saying
no, but that
that's
was
indicative
that-
of people
that
who
is
rely
quite-
on clicks.
that is quite
We
a
can
claim.
walk over Joe Rogan specifically.
Yeah.
I think his
It's-
brain
okay,
broke
so-
during
Yeah.
COVID.
I've been saying this for a very, very long time. It would be so easy to be a right-wing grifter. Especially, like, I feel like as a female. All you have to do is say talking points. Like good old Dave is doing here. You don't have to bring statistics. You don't have to bring facts. All you have to say is like, you're just a little snowflake. And say all these little memes back and be like, no, just get your ass in the kitchen and pretend to be traditional and love the Bible and praise Christ and just say, yeah, Trump, he's like, it's just such a strong, powerful leader. And like all these fucking snowflake, libtard, leftists are destroying our country with wokeism, and they're destroying our schools, and homeschooling is good. Like, it's just, it would be so fucking easy to grift on the right, and these people get so many views and so much money for it. I don't know why or how, but people love to listen to that shit for some reason. And I'm just telling you, it is so much easier to grift as a person on the right than it is to grift as a person on the left. Because first of all, on the left, you have like these two factions of like the extreme left and the OG liberals like me. And it's like a whole battle right now. And it's like, we're getting grouped in with each other, and it's like, you're ew, and they're like, you're ew, and it's, yeah, it's just like, also like the left is just much more critical of ourselves. We are much more self-critical, whereas the right is more like, they're like ride or die, you know, with their side. They're like, oh yeah, Trump, we said no new wars, but like this Iran war, fuck yeah, like forget about it. Trump never said that. No, what are you talking about? Like, it's like they're very less self-critical. They might like pretend to do it for like half a day to like pretend like they have values, but no, they don't. They just end up going with whatever Trump says. You saw that when the initial Iran shit happened, because I have it on my fucking stream. A bunch of Republicans being like, yeah, no, this is shitty. Trump shouldn't have done this. And now all of those same exact people all support it. All support the Iran war. So, yeah, it's much harder to grift on the left than it is to be on the right. Like, it's just true. It's just fucking true. All you have to do is be like, women suck. Blah, 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 blah. It just so stupid. It's like high school shit. They literally act like high schoolers.
I'm gonna be honest, because he went from somebody who went from like a huge Bernie Sanders supporter, so pro single payer healthcare, ensuring that we're more diplomatic in our international.
Do you think
policy
it's possibly he just
all of
evolved?
those-
Do you think it's possibly he just evolved to different points?
all
than you
of
did?
those days.
Do you think his brain broke?
Real quick.
It's not possible that he just
Real
started
quick,
thinking
Dave,
about things a little
all
bit
of those are
differently than you.
political foundations.
Yeah.
Believing that the United States should not continue interventionism, believing that universal health care should be a right to people. These are political foundations.
No,
you don't
but
just
that- but
switch
that's not-
your
no,
political
no.
foundations like
No,
that.
well, hold on.
You
First
find
off,
that people are bullying you, or you're saying the left's too mean,
it's not
as
a
I've
right.
heard a lot
It's
of
not
times.
a right to someone else's labor. You have a right to.
We can have a
free
universal
speech.
healthcare debate if you want, but I'm talking
Sure.
the overall why America shifted
Okay,
to the right.
but it seems
I have to talk about the last person who debated.
it seems
Most
to-
people feel like they can't get a leg up in this economy.
Okay,
and
but-
when you have a Democratic Party, this is where I'm pretty critical of Joe Biden. You're going to love this.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
I think that the Biden administration and then the following Kamala Harris presidential campaign, I don't think that they focus enough on what specifically needs to change in order for the average American to feel like their economic conditions are getting better. And while we can follow the metrics economically and inflation,
They didn't communicate it. Kamala specifically did not communicate very well. Like if you actually listen to what she said, then yeah, you would understand, like, oh yeah, she was going to give a child tax credit, and she was going to build a bunch of housing, and she was going to give assistance to first home buyers, and she was going to blah blah blah, do all these things. I forget exactly right now, but if you actually listen to her, yes, she was actually, there was none of this like trans shit. There was none of this like, I'm a black woman, to vote for me. There was literally none of that. But for some reason, people think that because the right says that she did it. They didn't. She didn't. Like, I watched her interviews. I watched her debates. It didn't fucking happen, but people still believe it, and I don't know why. She didn't talk about trans people. Like,
was going down, unemployment was lower. Most people didn't feel that. And when you feel like your rent is burdening you, 34% of Americans feel rent burdened, which is huge. When you feel like the grocery prices are continuing to go higher, you're going to try to find an alternative. And when Donald Trump is saying, look, I'm going to fix all of the problems, I'm going to make sure everything's okay, some people are like, yeah, I want to go ahead and go
Well,
with
that's
that.
what politics is, right? Like it's a secular
but
four-year.
we're not saying that ideologically Americans are more right-wing. Why do progressive
No, hold
ballot
on.
propositions pass even in
Hold on.
red states?
Hold on.
Nebraska, Ohio, we could
All
go
right,
over
buddy,
minimum wage
I
increases.
got you. You did a lot there. Okay.
Let's answer something.
So, okay, I'm trying. So first off, you want to talk about the tenant thing? What do you want to talk about? Where do you want to go? I'll even
the
give it
tenant
to
thing
you.
would be
of course he goes to the tenant thing because he can't address any of his actual fucking points. You should be like, no, fuck the tenant thing. We know what the case is, but
Give it to
Let's
you. Where
talk
do you
about the
where do you
tenant
want to
thing.
go?
Yeah. Why did you take Russian money and pretend like you didn't know?
I was reached out to by Lauren Chen, who you might know as what's her name, post millennial online, or
Yeah, she's like
something.
the Canadian white nationalist that's Asian.
roaming
Is that her?
millennial.
Yes.
And I've known her
She
for
is
about 10 years,
actually white
and we were friendly over the years.
like,
And we had,
she thinks very poorly of black people. I'm not like just saying that like, oh, she's on the right, so she's racist. No, she talks about that a lot.
agreements and disagreements, and we were on each other's shows. And she contacted
She's
me.
like the kind of person who's like they're just like different from us. Like and you know, it's not. I'm not saying I don't like them or anything. It's just like they look at the statistics. They're like really different from everybody else. Like
A couple of years ago and said that she had some backers that she was talking to, and she was starting a new network, and they were talking to all sorts of people. She mentioned Tim Pool. She mentioned a whole bunch of creators that you guys know and I'm sure love. But it was people all over the political aisle. She said they wanted to create.
all over the political aisle? No, it definitely wasn't. There was definitely no Democrats in tenant media that she was trying to recruit.
A free speech network. I said to her, listen, I am extremely, extremely busy, but I would consider doing something for you as long as I 100% control it. You have no control over the content whatsoever.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask for a ridiculous amount of money because I don't have time, and we'll see if we can come up with something.
To your defense, I'm not going to attribute you. Like, let's say you didn't know that, and I'm not trying to say that
Yeah.
you were
Yeah,
able
wait,
to
hold
know
on,
that
hold
it
on.
was
Wait,
Russian
wait,
money.
yeah.
But what I do think is interesting.
Yeah, where was she getting all this money, by the way? Just like, how did nobody figure out, like, or how did nobody be like, where is this money coming from? Like, we're all asking for a ridiculous amount of money, and I'm not even gonna look into where it's coming from. That's just like weird to begin with, but okay.
is that this anti-woke movement that just says woke a lot and calls it an ideology, it is so easy to be ideologically aligned that Russian propagandists are like, yes, these are our people. This is how we're going to get the American people on board.
Understand?
That's more of like the issue. It's not really your fault. It's more so that like your whole ideology is like wokeness is bad.
What show did I do for Russia?
No, it's actually a good point.
What show did I do for Russia?
No, I'm not saying you did a show for Russia. I'm saying Russia saw you as a stooge who could easily say the talking points that benefited them.
But do you understand? They gave me no talking points.
That's the point. That's the point, Dave. They didn't have to. You already, on a daily basis, spew Russian talking points so much that Russia was like, we can trust this guy to spew our talking points without even having to tell him to do it. He will just do it for us, and we don't even have to, like, tell him which points to talk about, because he already has all of our Russian talking points. That's the whole point.
I did a show. It was a call-in show.
But here's what we're missing, Dave, right? I'm not saying Russia gave you a script to say. I'm saying Russia's like, yes, this is our guy. If we fund him more and we give him more influence, he's going to do it for us without even getting a script. Isn't that embarrassing?
No.
You did it without even getting instruction from them.
It's a quite literal, fantastical adventure that you just went on there.
There's no adventure. There's no fantasy. That's real life. That's literally what happened. You can say you didn't know it was Russian money all you want, but that only supports his point more. It's confirmed it was Russian backed, right? We know this. So therefore, the fact that they didn't even have to give you talking points and they just fully trusted you to speak their Russian talking points without having to tell you, it's like, maybe you should consider like what you're actually talking about. And do I have to explain it further? Like that just makes sense for everybody, right? Like I would be so embarrassed if there was some kind, like, I don't know, some kind of fucking crazy government out there and they were like, Ghosty, or somebody came to me and they were like, Ghosty, we really love what you're talking about and we want you to share your political opinions for $6 million a year or more than that, whatever fucking crazy amount they were making, $1 million a video. Just talk about whatever you want. And then it turns out that they chose me because they knew that I was going to spew their propaganda for them. I think I would like step back for a second and be like, whoa, this foreign country tried to use me for their propaganda. And these were all of my own points. Like, that's kind of weird. Look at his face right now. He's just like, yo, no. Like, this is Dave Rubin right here. This image of him. He's like, yeah, man. Yeah, no. Like, he has no idea what's going on. It's just all bliss up here. Like, yeah, man, yeah. No. I don't know. I hope you see it in his facial expression right here. Like, this is who he is. It's okay. Don't know how he has so many subscribers and followers, but, well, it's because people are stupid. The majority of people are really fucking stupid. So that's why.
Literally.
What's the adventure?
Literally, I did a call-in show.
Why
for
would
them.
Russia choose you and Tim Pool? Wait, why would Russia choose you and Tim Pool?
Hold on, you don't even know what I did. You don't even know what the Tenet show that I did, do you? Did you ever watch it? Do you know the name of it? Do you know anything that I did? So you don't. So you quite literally have no idea what you're talking about.
They just gave you money because they're altruistic?
No, buddy.
They're just like, we're thinking of giving it to Dave.
No, because... No, well, first off, so just to be clear, you have literally no idea what you're talking about. You don't know the name of the show. You don't know the name of the show that I did. You don't know the name of the show that I did for them or what I did.
I don't think I need to know the specifics on a podcaster who takes Russian money.
Oh my God. No, man.
But Dave is trying to respond to you.
Yeah.
Like, let's hear his side of the story.
Do you know? Not knowing anything. I know he took Russian money.
But he's also. we also like haven't heard his entire
I literally did a call-in show at first, so my audience just called me and asked questions. Sometimes we talked about basketball, we talked about video games. It had literally nothing to do with foreign policy. I don't think we did one show on Russia or anything else. And then we shifted the show. That was kind of boring to me, so I was like, my team, 5 minutes before we go live, we'll pick viral videos. Woman throws hamburger at somebody at Wendy's, and I'll respond to it. That's what we did. And then guess what happened? After about 6 months of that, because I controlled the entire thing, I didn't even know what the clips were before I was doing them, the deal was off. They didn't want to do it anymore because I did not do anything. Yeah, and also notice I'm not under federal indictment. I'm not sitting here with a lawyer or anything else. And as a matter of fact, Merrick Garland, who I'm no friend of, basically said
he doesn't even get the point. He's still, it just, phew. This is why his face is always like, because he's just living in bliss. He's just living in ignorance and ignorant bliss.
That the influencers had nothing to do with this. And if you read the just a second, and if you read the indictment, I'm the one that got on the Zoom call with the backer to ask more questions about it and everything else. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So, Dave, I'm not saying you were saying Russia's such a great country, everyone should love Vladimir Putin. And I get that your show might not even been political in nature.
I know. So you didn't, just to be clear, you didn't know the show. You didn't know the show or what I do.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
But the fact that they are building the social capital of the Rubin report being larger in infrastructure is because...
It wasn't the Rubin report. It wasn't even the Rubin report.
You as an entity, Dave, they want to legitimize you more in the eyes of the viewers that they are trying to capture. That is the point of why Russia paid you specifically. They don't do it out of the kindness of their hearts. They didn't do it because they're like, Dave seems like a good guy. They did it because Dave's politics is advocating for cheerleading for Donald Trump policies, regardless of any criticism. That is the point.
Where is the case?
What do you mean, where's the case?
Where's the case? Where's the case right now?
He doesn't get the point. He literally doesn't get the fucking point. Is he being obtuse here, like on purpose?
Now, why am I even able to talk about it? Why don't I have a lawyer sitting here? Where's the case?
I'm not saying what you did was illegal in nature. I'm just saying that...
Well, hold on. There was a federal indictment. Wouldn't I be a little...
He doesn't know how to listen. How do you deal with someone like this? You're talking to a fucking wall.
Afraid to be talking about it right now?
I'm not, Dave. I'm not claiming.
Are they?
I started this conversation.
Is anyone in jail because of this?
You might not even have known about the Russian money. I'm not trying to cast that blame on you. I'm just saying it's interesting that your show is so ideologically aligned with what Russia wants for the United States that they are going to give you money to continue to do it. That is the point.
What is it that I do for Russia?
You suck Donald Trump's dick without criticizing any bad thing that he does.
All right. Yeah, we gotta pause. Mason, you gotta go.
Sorry.
All right, get out of here. Yeah, I don't have a rebuttal to that one. No, you're right.
Hi.
Hello.
I actually will agree with you that establishment Democrats have done a really terrible job of ensuring that their policies reflect what the people actually want. Most people want universal health care.
Yeah.
Most people want free higher education so that they can actually get a job and move up in life.
I don't know that it's most people, but a certain set of people do.
Most people will say that they would love for the rich to be taxed at the same rate that they used to be, closer towards the 90%, rather than taxing the rest of the population that can barely pay their rent.
Yeah.
And then they're watching shows like yours and they're hearing ideology more so than factual evidence. And they're saying, you know what? Yeah, the Democrats, establishment Democrats haven't been doing much that they said that they were going to do. So let me listen to this guy, and everything you give is emotion and ideology. So yeah, sometimes people who don't have nearly as much critical thinking as they probably should are going to move to the right.
Yeah.
But honestly, the base that's actually growing are the progressive base. Young voters are becoming much more progressive than they ever were.
Yeah.
Why? Because again, most people
well,
want
I
the
agree. I
universal
agree with
healthcare.
that a lot of young people are very confused about what America is
they're
and what
confused
freedom
about what
is.
they want?
Yeah, they are. So you want
I thought the young people were turning to the right and turning to church and shit like that. That's what I heard last. Nothing. I haven't looked into it, but I heard Democrats talk about this. I've heard people on the right talk about this, and I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. Are they just confused? Yeah, they must just be confused.
I mean, we could just do a few of what you just said. So how much money would you like to take from anyone to get whatever policy you want? What is the number? How much money should anyone have that you want to take to get whatever it is that you want done? Please give me a number.
It's interesting that you're using the rhetoric of taking when we're literally talking about a state, a society that functions solely through making sure that most people have their basic needs met.
So how much?
Unfortunately, establishment Democrats have moved so towards the corporatist side that they have forgotten what the people actually want.
So how much of Elon?
That's where
so
we
how
agree.
much of
Where
Elon
we
Musk?
disagree
All right, so let's use Elon
is your
Musk for
rhetoric
example.
around I'm going to take as much money as I can from the rich.
It is taking.
It's not.
No, it is. Of course, it is. What do you mean? If you don't give, if they say we're going to take it and you don't give it, they're going to put you in jail, right? So it is taking. If
You're
it
saying
is so benevolent,
taxes, if you don't pay your taxes, you're going to jail.
If it is so benevolent to do these things, then why don't more people do it?
No, it's just part of being a person living in a country.
Okay, so
every
how much,
country has taxes.
So how much of Elon Musk's money would you like to take from him to do what?
I would actually like for billionaires and the rich in general to pay the same amount that they were paying back in the 1950s.
Okay, so that's a rather radical position if you want.
In the 1950s? Mostly it was Republicans that were in office.
So you want to give that money to the system and the government, which you don't seem to like very much, right? You're talking about corporate Democrats and you don't like the Republicans, but your solution seems to be I will take more money and put it into the system to do what I want. What I would prefer to do
what
is
most
that
people want.
what I would prefer to do is that you have a job?
Of course.
Yeah, okay, so I would like you to keep more of your money. I want everyone, again, in this room to keep more of their money. You know what happens when rich people have more of their money? They hire more people. They invest in more things.
So untrue. It is crazy. And that's what I'm saying. People like you will spit out this rhetoric, and people who are living paycheck to paycheck and don't have nearly as much critical thinking.
Okay, we gotta pause there. We're out of time. We're out of time.
Yeah. My final surrounded claim is that the modern left cares more about ideology than reality.
All right, if you would like to debate this prompt, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
How's it going, Dave?
All right.
Okay, what's the last
Let's talk about reality.
Okay.
Let's
the
talk
modern
about
left cares more about ideology than reality. Sounds like the right to me, but
3 things that exist in reality: climate change, Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, and vaccines out of COVID are effective and safe. The right does not accept any of those things.
Yeah.
Does Donald Trump accept the 2020 election results? And do Republicans broadly accept the 2020 election results still to this day?
I think there's a lot of questions about the 2020 election.
But does Donald Trump accept it?
Does Donald Trump? I think he thinks something went awry.
So he does not accept it. Now, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I
Really?
know.
Interesting.
No, yeah, that's the truth. I know that he was not the president by the end of that, but I do know that in all the chaos of COVID and mail-in ballots and everything else, that somehow magically Joe Biden got something like 20 million more votes than Barack Obama. That's a little bit curious.
Yeah, so voter turnout was incredibly.
how is it curious? Mail-in ballots are obviously going to give more people an opportunity to vote. It's not very curious. It's actually, it kind of makes sense if you think about it. I know thinking is kind of a problem of Dave's. It's a little bit hard for him.
Election because voting was made easier.
Oh, because voting was. Well, you might think it have something to do if you are doing mail-in ballots. There might be a little more access to fraudulent abilities. You might.
And guess what? It was all investigated multiple times all across the country, and nothing was found. Wow.
Think that, but you have to actually provide evidence to demonstrate that, right?
I'm just skeptical. I'm just skeptical of it.
I'm just skeptical. Guess what? We did investigations, bitch. You're not fucking skeptical. You're ignorant.
Okay. I don't know. I'm skeptical of it.
Okay, so if just...
I just don't know anything. I'm just asking questions.
I would venture to say that a little skepticism is probably a good thing.
Sorry, you're triggered. I'm triggered. I admit it. I'm fucking triggered. This shit's just so fucking old.
Also, the COVID vaccines didn't work. I mean, that's a fact.
That's a fact. That's a fact. I'm just asking questions, but COVID not working, the vaccine, that's a fact. Where is COVID now? Where is COVID now? Where is all of this sickness and tyrannical governments controlling us, controlling our bloodstreams through vaccinations? Where is all of that now? Well, I can answer the first question. COVID is pretty much gone because of the vaccines helping to prevent the spread. And then, like, herd immunity and all that fucking shit. It just ends up happening. Okay. Yep, it's like as soon as the vaccine started coming out and people started getting them, it's like we saw reductions in COVID numbers. But they're not correlated. No, it's some other magical thing that made COVID go away. I didn't even get vaccinated. I'm not even I didn't get vaccinated. I wanted my mom to get vaccinated. She got vaccinated. She wanted to get vaccinated. Like, I was like, I'm young and healthy. I'm not going to get vaccinated. I actually lost jobs over it. But, like, that was just me. I'm just, like, weird. I was like, yo, this is going to be some I Am Legend shit right now. I was just like, if I'm young, like, I would have gotten it if I had a health problem or if I was older. But I was like, I'm young. I feel like I can risk it. I'd rather risk it than take this vaccine, which I know is, it wasn't like they were just giving people experimental vaccines, right? Obviously. But
that is not
That
a
is
fact.
a fact.
That isn't.
If you got a COVID vaccine, could you get COVID?
If
you got a COVID, yes.
yes,
Oh, you
but
could. So was it,
the claim
and could
was
you
never,
transmit it?
Yes,
Joe
the claim
Biden,
was never that transmission was at 0%.
Joe
That's not how
Biden.
that's
Joe
not how vaccines
Biden.
work.
Joe Biden. Hold on. Joe Biden. If you get the COVID vaccine, you will not get nor transmit COVID.
Okay,
that is what
that's
Joe
not,
Biden said.
But that's.
oh my God. They hang on to Joe Biden's word like it is the fucking Bible, man. But what do you say about what Trump said earlier? Oh, Trump tweeted about wanting to hang some senators, but did it actually happen? No, Trump just said it. Like, no new wars? No. We love the Iranian war. But Biden said one thing about the fucking COVID vaccine, and that's fucking Bible. So ridiculous.
That's not the
Anthony
claim.
Fauci
but
said
that's
that
not,
repeatedly.
That's not
yeah.
what the right claims about the COVID
Yeah.
vaccine. Like, similar to yourself,
The right?
you said yes.
Yeah.
We're talking about whether or not the right or the left accepts reality. Correct. So the right claims that the COVID vaccine is unsafe and ineffective.
Yeah.
That's not true.
That is true.
No,
that is true.
Of the people who died.
It was obviously effective. It was never that if the COVID vaccine was, if you get COVID, it's going to be a lot less intense than what it would have been. Okay? It wasn't a preventative. Not all vaccines work like that. I don't even know if any vaccines actually work like that as a preventative measure. What they do is it like breaks down the virus so it doesn't affect you in a dangerous way. And then also it's supposed to prevent the spreading of it. That's what the COVID vaccine was for. So like a lot of people even said, don't get the COVID vaccine for yourself, get it for elderly and sick people. That's what you're getting the vaccine for. You're getting it so you don't transmit it to somebody else. It's to stop the spread of it. And that's literally what happened. As soon as the vaccines came out, the COVID numbers started going down. It's not a coincidence.
Died from COVID are the vast majority of them unvaccinated or vaccinated?
Hold on.
Also, like, if you talk to people who got COVID, especially in the beginning, like, even young, healthy people, it was super, super fucking intense. Like, they thought they were going to die. Like it was like weird heart palpitations, throwing up, sweating. It felt like a crazy extreme flu. They were very scared. They thought they were going to die. I talked to multiple people who felt like this. There was like all these weird things where you had no taste for like a couple months afterwards. And then like people who got the vaccine, if you got COVID, like it was just like a cold basically. So yeah, it was never about prevention. It was about the prevention of spreading and making the effects of COVID way, way, way less intense.
Do you know
unvaccinated?
I know a young guy who's in his early 20s who never had any health. Wait. Who had never had any health problems. Young, healthy guy in his early 20s who had to get the COVID vaccine to go to college, and he now has myocarditis.
Okay.
Does that
know.
The myocarditis thing is literally like 0.0000001% of boys who got the vaccine. Like literally such an insanely small risk, and that happens with anything. There are people who didn't get the vaccine and died from COVID even though they were young and healthy. I remember seeing on the news a 4-year-old girl who died from COVID, and the hospitals refused to take her because she was young and assumed to be healthy, and she ended up dying from COVID. So yeah, you could look at the extremes in both cases.
Interest you at all? Does that interest you?
It
He
does.
had no reason.
It does.
He had no reason to get a vaccine
does.
that would stop him. It did not stop him from getting COVID, and he could still transmit COVID.
We don't use anecdotes in science. This is let's pull it back to reality, right?
Yeah.
This is why science is so important. This is
So
why
you're
the
telling
left
me
actually
so
likes
you- so
science
you
because
think that-
we understand that
yeah.
anecdotes aren't
Yeah.
a good tool to use
Yeah.
when assessing
So you
scientific research.
So you think the government should have been allowed to force people to get a vaccine?
Okay, so
that
now
was
we're
rushed.
pivoting. We're pivoting.
That was
We're
rushed
pivoting.
through
We're
by
pivoting.
Operation Warp Speed, which was Donald Trump, a guy you don't seem to like very much.
Right. Yeah, sure. But we're pivoting.
well, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
What do
yeah.
you
I'm okay with Operation Warp Speed. I can.
So
I can,
the
I can
guy
say
that you seem to be quite deranged about, Donald Trump, pushes through a vaccine very fast, and you're
right
okay
because
with
I
that.
want to ensure that people
Yeah.
are healthy. But
That shows that he doesn't have Donald Trump derangement syndrome, because if you have DTS, you hate everything Trump does just because it's Trump doing it, right? He can actually be nuanced and be like, I actually like this thing that Trump did because it actually like falls in my value sets, in my set of values. So yeah, I can say that I like this thing that Trump did. I am personally against the government forcing people to get the COVID vaccine specifically. I think other vaccines that have been around for a long time should be mandated to go to school and stuff. And I understand why schools and stuff like that, and jobs like had that mandate. Like, I understand it, but I think it should be up to the workplace, the business themselves to decide, not like the government.
But
Which I think it largely was. So like, I don't know.
But
what I don't like is the
anything.
fact that Republicans and especially like right-wing influencers downplayed the efficacy of vaccines and claimed that they were unsafe or ineffective.
But they were ineffective.
No, they weren't.
If
it reduces,
young healthy people had no reason.
If it
to
reduces
get
the rate
Oh,
of
really, Dave? Well, what about all the young, healthy people that died? Just like the person you know who got myocarditis and died.
transmission,
a vaccine,
that is literally what a vaccine is.
Also, again, it was to prevent the spread of it. So young, healthy people were supposed to get it in order to prevent spreading it to an elderly or a sick person. That was the main reason.
We were sold. The bill of goods that they sold us was that you would not get nor transmit COVID.
No, that was not how it was sold. I understood that because I actually pay attention and I don't just listen to fucking retards on the internet. I actually looked into it and was like, no. And guess what? It wasn't that much research. It was just a simple fucking Google and be like, or what? I don't even know how it was, but I fully understood that the COVID vaccine did not prevent COVID. It just made the symptoms a lot less intense, and it was supposed to prevent the spread of it.
But that is the president of the United States.
And I didn't even get the vaccine, and I fucking knew that. So, like,
as he was forcing people to get that vaccine.
If he said that, then I would agree that his assessment of it was
well,
false.
he's the president of the United States.
You
should
no.
have. You should.
Do you think? Wait.
Are you saying?
Speaking of presidents of the United States,
are you saying we should have been forced
how about
into?
Donald Trump in suggesting that people should drink bleach or do hydroxychloroquine?
Thank
He's the
you.
president of the United States. Do you think that was at all?
All right, the
do you
bleach
think
thing
that was
the bleach thing is a completely made up farce. The bleach. He didn't. Yes, he told people to inject bleach. Have you seen the whole quote? You think he told people to inject bleach? Really? You're that
he
deep?
suggested,
You're
he
that
suggested
deep in
that
it?
things like hydroxychloroquine were effective at means at preventing COVID. That's not the case.
There were all sorts of other treatments. There were monoclonal treatments. People.
Fact check. Trump promoted hydroxychloroquine as a COVID treatment, contrary to evolving medical evidence, and he publicly speculated about using disinfectant by injection inside the body. Comments doctors call dangerous and baseless. I literally had someone come on my panel and tell me they drink their own pee. And they were like also spewing this fucking hydroxychloroquine shit about the COVID stuff. However, he did not literally instruct Americans to inject bleach. That line is shorthand and exaggerates his exact words, even though his remarks clearly invited that interpretation and had to be walked back.
People did use HCQ. There were all sorts of things that were.
People used other things, but that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that the vaccine wasn't the most.
That doesn't mean that it's safe for the president to be making these dangerous not assumptions, to make suggestions, to be making these dangerous suggestions to the public. Just like he did with like fucking Tylenol causes AIDS or whatever the fuck he said.
Safe and effective means.
Well, there used to be something. There used to be something called herd
It was autism, I know, but
immunity. There used to be that young
might as well be AIDS.
people would actually go outside and get sun and run around and do exercise and not
the
be sitting inside playing video games all day and taking takeout food and getting fatter and everything else. Like, you might want to encourage people to be healthy rather than take a largely experimental vaccine that turned out not.
This shit pisses me off so much. Yeah, of course, they already said people in better health are less likely to get the vaccine, but healthy people still got COVID and died. And you're supposed to prevent the spread to elderly people. How are we gonna just ignore all the fucking old people homes that were like cleared out, people dying in the hospitals? Like, are we just gonna forget about the hospitals being overflowed with sick people and corpses around the entire fucking world? Like, that just didn't happen? Zap from our brains? But no, the modern left cares more about ideology than reality. This is the right caring more about their fucking insane ideology that Jews control the world and fucking zap lasers into the sky and zap fucking shit into your blood through vaccines, and they're controlling kids through vaccines and giving you autism through vaccines, and because fuck the government. That's their fucking ideology controlling them more than reality.
To be a vaccine.
It was first of all, I don't know what you mean by it, not a vaccine. It's clearly a vaccine.
It wasn't a
vaccine. It doesn't mean
just
because something is a vaccine doesn't mean it's 0% transmissibility.
Right.
Okay, we got pause there. You've been voted out.
Okay.
Lots of times, again, it means like you can still get the virus, but it just kills the virus or makes it less of a threat to your body. That's what most vaccines do, if I'm unmistaken.
Ooh, smooth.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Miriam.
Nice to meet you.
So, I would just like to get into the fact that I think it's actually conservatives and Republicans who don't live in reality, because in reality, Trump is actually making it worse for people who claim they want affordability. Nothing in the big, beautiful bill actually helps poor Americans. It actually increased their taxes and gave tax breaks to corporations and the ultra wealthy. So if we want to talk about who's not living in reality, I think it's the people who are poor but support Trump because they think that he likes them.
Well, again, I think one of the consistent themes here is that we just...
Even though he has no relation to poor people or working class people at all, Trump didn't work with his hands a day in his life. Trump was given everything. Like, yeah, sure, he did business and blah, 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 blah. But it's not like he worked for it, right? It was handed to him, and he just followed through with that. But, like, he has zero relation to working class people or rural people. He's a rich millionaire boy from New York.
Just have a fundamental difference on what makes an economy work. And what I think makes
Okay,
an
so
economy
what makes an
work...
economy
No,
work?
so what I think makes an economy work
Yes.
is lower taxes for everybody.
So did he lower taxes for everybody,
competition,
or did he actually
yeah.
increase taxes for the poor?
He didn't increase taxes for the poor. He
You
didn't
can
increase
actually go. You can
taxes for
actually
the
go
poor.
look at it. But if you
Under Trump's current tax regime and the big, beautiful bill, most poor households do not face a major explicit income tax hike, and some get small breaks like no tax on tips or overtime. But independent analysis find the largest lasting cuts go to upper, middle, and high-income households, while low-income Americans get minimal relief and may pay more overall once expiring provisions, tariffs, and lost credits are included.
you are poor,
Yeah.
after the big beautiful act, you're actually paying
what do you
more
mean
in
by
taxes.
poor? What qualifies as poor?
You make under a certain amount.
Yeah, well, if you make under something like $50,000, you basically pay no taxes anyway. But if the argument, you guys seem to keep coming around to the argument that if you could just take more from a certain set of people, that we could solve all of
I'm
the
not even
problems.
arguing that right now.
Yeah.
I'm saying that Trump is not helping people
Yeah.
at all. He's not giving tax breaks to them. He's
Well,
giving tax breaks to the
on.
ultra wealthy when he should be giving tax breaks to, you said,
So you
everybody.
like tax
at least.
breaks. So you like
well, no,
tax
I'm
breaks.
saying if you want to be like logically consistent,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you would give tax breaks to everybody. But he's not doing that. He's only doing it that with.
The poorest people pay virtually no tax. The
Okay,
poorest
but
people
I'm-
pay virtually no tax. And again, the 1% pay 47%. So what...
The 1%. And again, it was like 40%. The 1% who own the majority of the wealth pay less than half of the taxes. Again, that's not an own.
percentage would you find acceptable? I really mean that. I seem to not be able to get an answer.
The majority of the wealth should probably pay the majority of the taxes.
Don't want to get into the actual specifics.
Well, of course
no,
you don't.
because
Of
I'm
course you
here
don't.
to actually say that.
But okay, so Elon Musk, who's sending people to Mars.
I think this is
he
not
doing
relevant,
Teslas,
though.
He's
Okay,
doing
this
the
is not
boring
relevant to
but this
your
is,
prompts.
No, because you have to. Because human flourishing is important, and when you take someone like
Human
Elon,
flourishing, yes,
yeah,
is
and when you
important. Who
take,
works for Elon?
Sending rich people to Mars is so important. Super important.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, 144,000 people.
Okay, so should those people also be getting tax breaks?
Of course.
So
of course.
why aren't they
Of
under
course,
his
but they
policy?
are. But what are you talking about?
But they're not.
But they
they're,
are.
But they are not.
How many people do you think?
Also,
how many people do you think Elon Musk pays that are making less than $50,000? I'm going to venture to say it's virtually nobody. Virtually nobody at his companies. That basically everybody's making over 50. That means those people, almost every.
That's because all those people have like fucking high end degrees and stuff.
But he got a tax break or a tax rebate under Donald Trump.
How many people? I bet like your average Amazon worker doesn't make over $50,000. Let's see. Yeah. The salary for an Amazon worker varies significantly by role. In my area, warehouse associates average $16.5 to $18.5 an hour, or $35,000 to $44,000 annually. Corporate employees, such as software engineers, push the overall company average to roughly $75,000 to $97,000 annually. So, yeah, like the majority of people who work at Jeff Bezos's company, another billionaire, don't even make $50,000 a year. They make less than that. So you could say the same with like the Walmart. Like, yeah, his thing earlier where he was like, rich people pay people more. It's like, that's bullshit. No, they don't.
But even
I implore everyone to look that up because if you actually look it up,
I implore them as well. You've
been voted out. You've been voted out.
because
Oh dear.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you? Love
Good.
the
How
hair.
are you?
Love the hair.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I kind of just want to echo what everyone else has been saying. I do agree that the Republican Party, I feel like, has been much more focused on ideology than reality. And
Sure.
specifically, Trump made several campaign promises to his voters that he hasn't come through on, and yet we continue to hear you guys bootlick him all the time. And it's very
Well,
frustrating
the
to me that
topic
you're
is
not
the modern
holding-
left cares more about ideology.
Yeah, and I disagree with the claim.
Yeah.
I think that the modern right cares more about ideology. I mean,
And
what are the,
what
let's
is
look
that
at
ideology?
okay, so
Yeah.
let's look at some of the things that Trump ran on, right?
Yeah.
He ran on an America First campaign, and then he bombs Venezuela. Then he doesn't end the war in Israel, even though he promised he was going to do that.
What
He
do you mean?
starts
The
a
war is
conflict.
over.
And Ukraine.
The war's over.
No, it's
What do you mean?
very much
There's
no.
a ceasefire. There's not one Israeli in Gaza. The hostages are home. There's a
No,
reconstruction
that is
that's beginning.
absolutely not true.
what
That
do
is
you-
fundamentally false.
Wait, you're saying there are hostages in Gaza right now, and the war is continuing?
The
right now?
conflict has continued. Yes,
Yeah.
there have continued to be bombs. And
They're-
moving
they're
on.
bombing Gaza right now. That's what you're
Yes.
telling me?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not.
I mean, I know
that's
you
not
get your
true.
news from
That's not
Grok,
true.
but like
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is a fact that is continuing
Yeah.
to happen.
Israel and Hamas agreed to a ceasefire framework, but Israeli strikes and military operations in Gaza have continued amid disputes over Hamas disarmament and implementation of the deal. Israeli officials say further withdrawal depends on Hamas disarming, while critics argue continued strikes undermine the ceasefire. The hostage issue was central to the deal, but by January 2026, Israel said all remaining Israeli hostages and bodies have been returned. Yes, that is very true.
So he promises to be.
That's how I understood the current conflict to still be ongoing. Is Israel is still bombing Gaza. And the war in Ukraine is still happening, but Trump is going to end them, right? Like on day one. And we could say day one was, an exaggeration. So, within a couple days. Or within like a couple months, let's say. But no, it's been a year and a half. And the reason he said day one is because he was like, because I have a really good relationship with Putin, and I'm just going to go and talk to him, and they respect me. They respect the fuck out of me. So these wars are going to end as soon as... They don't respect Joe Biden. Joe Biden's just a vegetable. He's just brain dead. He uses AutoPen, blah, blah, blah. He sleeps, Sleepy Joe, blah, blah, blah. So they don't respect him. That's the only reason these wars are happening is because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And he probably fucking believes that too, because he has zero geopolitical insight or knowledge.
America first, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't end the war in Israel. He starts a war in Iran while simultaneously defunding the VA, right? So he's sending people to go fight an unnecessary war while defunding the organization and the institution that helps those people. That's not America first at all. He promised he was going to drain the swamp, and then he puts Kash Patel in, who's drunk at work. Then he puts Pam Bondi in, who's numpty, right? She ain't doing shit. Then he puts Kristi Noem and her big booby boyfriend in, right? He didn't drain the swamp at all. He dumped raw sewage in the swamp. Like, he hasn't come through on any of his promises, and you continue to defend him. You are not accepting the reality that Trump failed his voters.
The topic here is the modern left cares more about ideology than reality.
Yes,
you're
and
giving
I
me
disagree.
you're giving
the
me
modern right cares more about ideology than reality.
But that's not what the topic is. If you want to talk about
Their
what my
ideology is Trump. And they literally don't give a fuck about any of their own values because they're willing to break them as long as Trump does it. If Trump does it, it's okay. Even if it goes against all the values they've been spewing for the past fucking 50 years.
claim was. It's that the modern left.
I am referencing your claim. You just don't want to interact with this because you know you're going to lose. You know all these things. You don't want to say that Pam Bondi was
I'll tell you what my claim is. The modern left, which cares more
I heard the
about
claim. And
trans
I disagree
ideology,
with the claim.
which cares more about racial ideology.
No, you're trying to focus on
Nobody
the.
cares
You're trying to
about-
focus on.
Literally nobody cares about this shit anymore, except for when it's like made an issue. If there's an issue made about it, yeah, people are gonna fucking stand up for other people and care about it. But like Democrats have not been talking. Nobody has brought up trans or black people or women this entire fucking time. They've talked about affordability. They've talked about education. They've talked about the war in Iran. They've talked about tariffs. They've talked about all these things. None of them have to do with ideology. They all do with reality. Yet the right talks about their religion, their fucking personal views, the fucking all these fantasies that Trump puts in their heads. So yeah.
Your definition of progressivism.
I'm going on what's on the paper.
You're
right
focusing
here.
on your definition of progressivism because you don't want to admit that Trump has failed his voters.
No,
Trump has failed
but
his voters.
I
He has
just
not come through
completely-
on his promises.
I just
He said he
disagree,
was
but
gonna,
that's not what the
he said
topic
he was going to be
is.
tough
Yeah.
on crime, especially immigrants. But he pardons the president of Honduras, who was literally in jail for smuggling 400 tons of cocaine into the U.S. He has not come through with his promises.
I'm confused.
And your
So you want
refusal to
the
acknowledge
the
that.
government to be tougher on crime? Is that what you're telling me?
But that's
you're
what he
a lefty.
promised his voters.
You're a lefty, and you want.
She's doing an internal critique. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. It's always Andrew Wilson who says that, and it's fucking he's annoying. But yeah, she is doing an internal critique. So she's not talking about what she wants. She's just saying Trump made this promise and he didn't come through on it. But yet you guys are still dick sucking him.
The government.
I'm just looking at
So you don't-
reality. The reality is Trump made a promise that he did not keep.
Yeah.
His actions do not align with what he ran on.
I actually wish Donald Trump was being harder on crime,
Exactly.
and I actually
but the
wish.
fact that you've defended him for the last 3 hours
Well, you
proves
don't-
that you're not in touch with the reality of the situation.
No, I wish he was doing more as it came to deportations. You can only do so many things at once. You don't get everything that you want all the time.
You just
There was-
defended Trump. You
there-
just defended Trump's deportation policy.
No.
So you wish he was doing more, or you're defending it. What is it?
No, I like the policy. I wish he was doing more.
Okay,
I
so
wish he was doing more.
The
yeah.
fact that you
Yeah.
are continuing
You
to
don't-
support a president
just
who has
because-
not come through on his party promises is delusions.
No, it's not delusions.
It is
Donald
delusions.
Trump, as I said at the beginning,
You sat
Donald
here
Trump-
and defended
Donald
him
Trump,
for so long.
If Donald Trump did nothing else other than close the borders, he has already done more than enough for the country.
That's you. Whoa.
We had an
You thinking?
This is why they care more about their ideology than reality. How much do you think illegal immigrants affects Dave Rubin's life on a daily fucking basis? I would say probably 0%. Probably an illegal immigrant has probably never affected Dave Rubin's fucking life. Like, ever. Illegal immigrants don't affect most people's lives. The vast majority of Americans, illegal immigrants don't affect their lives. Yet, it's the #1 fucking issue? That's how you know you care more about ideology, which is sucking Trump's dick because he ran on the border and that's the only thing he can fucking try to back up, rather than reality, which is he's making your prices go up, he's ruining the economy, he's been trying to violate the Constitution repeatedly, he's not pro free speech, even though you guys all say you are, he violated the war thing, like there's just so many things, but it's like, oh well, the border, yay, it's all good, like, crazy.
4 years, a president's only responsibility is to close the borders. He's supposed to be running the free world. He's supposed to be running the entire country. That's all you care about is the border?
If you have a slow...
What about healthcare? What about the national debt? He's increased the national debt by $2.5 trillion. You don't give a about that?
If you have a slow, soft invasion of your country happening, then...
Oh my god. Trump's first term alone added about $7.8 trillion to the gross national debt, according to nonpartisan budget analysis. That is far more than $2.5 trillion. in his current term, Watchdog's estimate the debt has risen by roughly $2.8 trillion so far.
At the very least, you can close the borders and start kicking out the people who are not supposed to be here.
Okay, but you just
right?
said...
Yeah, but the whole point, her whole point, or at least it should be, is why the fuck are you so obsessed with that when that doesn't affect your life literally at all? That's the thing, is you're not living in reality. You care more about the ideology of Trump's fucking campaign to run on this border when it literally doesn't even affect you.
The only thing that Trump did is close the borders. That would be an effective presidency to you?
If the only thing he did, no, I want him to do more. And
Okay,
he
so
is
then
doing
why
more.
would
So
you
I
say
would-
that him
I
closing
would-
the borders would be an
I
effective
would-
presidency? The
I
end,
would,
full stop.
if I was Donald Trump, because presidents have to do a lot of different things at once. You don't.
Okay,
get,
Oh, it's hard. Presidents have to do... Yeah. Well, you ran for president, and that's the job. It's like to a police officer, like, oh, well, you know, I just have to do a lot today, so I'm dealing with a lot. I don't think I can, like, save your life right now. Like, bitch, you signed up for this.
But you just
exactly
said
what
if
you
he
want.
did one singular thing, that's a good president to you?
if
really?
Relative to where we were.
And that proves that he cares more about ideology than reality. The fact that he literally said that.
With
That
Joe
sounds like
Biden,
a lame duck president to me.
relative-
If the only thing he can accomplish in 4 years is
All right,
one
you wanna
thing...
you want to have like a silly semantic argument. I think you
It's
understand.
not a silly semantic
I think
argument.
I
You just
think,
said
I think
something
you
dumb and I'm
understand
calling you out on it.
No, I think you understand the point that I'm making. That in and of itself, closing the border is by far the most important thing that had to happen.
Absolutely. That, again, it just proves the fucking delusions. That's by far the most important thing. How can fucking people say that people on the left, who literally are just talking about affordability, like, for the past fucking 2 hours, housing, all this shit, that we are the ones that are not focused on the real issues for Americans. Nobody has talked about trans people. Nobody's talked about fucking taking away guns. Nobody's talked about open borders. Nobody has ever talked about fucking open borders. It's literally just made up by Trump. But we're the ones that are not focused in reality. Yet your most important thing is closing the border when it has literally never affected you once in your entire fucking life.
Far.
So you don't care
we
that...
had an
wait, hold
invasion
on.
into this country.
An
16 to
invasion. 16 to 20 million people. Oh my god. Not true. First of all, it's like literally not even half that. No, not even half that. Like, I'm not saying the border's not an issue. It's not a non-issue. But to say it's the most important fucking issue, that's delusional. Unless you literally live in a border town. Maybe.
20 million people, on top of the fact that we probably had at least 12 million illegals here in the first
Diva,
place.
so you don't care
we have
that
about,
he just cut
we
$1
have about
trillion
30
from Medicaid?
And how have they affected your life, Dave? What are they really doing? Again, I'm not saying that it's okay, but what are they really doing to damage the country? This is all an illusion, and that's exactly the point. You're not living in reality.
You don't care that he defunded the EPA. You don't care that he defunded the VA.
I don't
You
care
don't
that he
care
funded the EPA, but that's besides the point.
None of those things. You don't care. It's just as long as he does immigration, you're happy.
No,
That's
no,
delusional.
that is
You're not
one-
accepting the
no,
reality
that is
of the
one-
issues in this country.
No, it's interesting. You guys
Thank
all
you.
seem to hate the government and hate Donald Trump, but you love government programs. I don't understand. That seems to be the disconnect with progressives.
That's such a fucking insanely oversimplification that doesn't even make sense. Democrats are the ones that actually like the state, right? Like, we want to, like, the very far left is like all state, right? Like, no private shit, like all state shit. We like welfare programs. We like free healthcare. We like public schools. We're the ones that like the state and the government.
as a
government
general
programs
rule.
when they are effective
Yeah.
in supporting the needs of the United States citizens.
Might I offer that most of you guys who are in
We
your
gotta pause
20s, you don't
here.
really understand how the world works.
We got to pause here. We've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seats.
It's like they take the government for granted. Like, I would love for, not like a government shutdown, but just for like a month, the government to every government program literally stop working. So you're not allowed to drive on the roadway, I'm getting tired. It's almost 2 a.m. On the roadways. You can't, are hospitals publicly funded? I'm not sure. No more public schools, so everybody has to homeschool their children. They have to take off from their jobs and homeschool their kids, or they have to pay a ridiculous amount of money to send them to private school. No more, like, no police, no ambulances, all of the government workings gone. And see how fun that is. It's because you hate the government so much and taxes that support all this. Also, like, you hate poor people and you hate homeless people and you hate all of this, blah, 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 but you won't do anything to help, like, to help end that or help prevent that or make less of that. It's just, I'm sorry, my brain's getting slow. It's working backwards. You're like going against your own wants. You don't like poor people, but you're doing everything to keep people poor, including yourself. We're almost done.
Good move. How you doing?
So your fundamental
8
claim
minutes left.
is that the left is more in touch with ideology than reality, right?
Yeah.
Make America Great Again is an ideological claim that they are trying to make America great again. That is fundamentally incongruous with reality because Donald Trump is not making America great. He's attacking the fundamental fabric that makes America
Boom! Good point. Good point.
America. For example, birthright citizenship. One of the things that distinguishes us from other countries in the Western world, in first world countries, is that we have jus soli. If someone is born here, they are an American. If someone believes in the ideals of America, they're an American.
No, wait. But that's just not
Meanwhile,
true. Someone believes in the ideals of America, they're American. So someone in Canada believes in the ideals of America, they're American.
To quote the great conservative thinker Ronald Reagan, there are millions of unknowing Americans.
But they have to become Americans.
The conservative ideology of the 1980s actually invited people into America that were going to work hard and build a better life,
course,
not people who tried to destroy America.
You would agree that you have to come
by
legally.
removing those people.
Dude, he's not saying if you just think you're American, then boom, you get citizenship. Like, God, stop acting like a preschooler.
First off, you would agree that they have to come legally?
I think that we need to reform our legal process so that people can come here legally effectively.
So-
Trump has actually shut down legal immigration more than he shut down illegal immigration.
Well, no, that's not
but
true
more
because the border is completely closed. There are people that are waiting in line to get into the country.
Yeah, but there's also people who are here legally who are fucking leaving, who are actually a benefit to our country because they don't want to deal with fucking Trump shit. And sure, white supremacists are like secretly clapping, but there are a lot of, like, I don't think people realize how immigrants are, like, honestly one of the backbones to our country.
True. Trump has sent back about 80,000 people over the course of the second administration. Biden sent away 956,000. When it comes to border crossings, Biden stopped much more border crossings than Trump did. I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing. I'm just saying, objectively speaking, on a per year basis, Biden stopped more border crossings than Trump
Is
did.
anyone coming through the border right now?
Let's do a fact check. According to DHS-based figures, Biden's last full year saw about 778. Sorry, I'm bad at reading numbers. 778,000, right? Deportations. While since Trump's second term began, DHS estimates deportations over 605,000. and claimed that another 1.9 million have self-deported for a total of more than 2.5 million departures. Okay, so yeah, so far Biden has deported more people in his last year than Trump has deported in his first year. But they're trying to get these like self-deports as some kind of win, or like on them, which I guess like for them it technically is, but it's not like they did it.
Yes, they are.
Guess, like maybe they did rhetorically, like I don't know.
What numbers are coming through? I mean, the border.
I don't know the exact number because we don't actually track that. We only track border crossings are stopped.
The borders are completely closed, and they were wide open under Biden. But the Reagan.
What does he mean by wide open? Like, what is this bullshit? They weren't like, come on in, everybody, let's go.
And comment that you just made is that ideologically, it's a beautiful thing about this country, which is.
And in fact, like Biden was asking for help with the border, right? Like, they were trying to get money for more border security members, for more judges to go through all of the asylum cases, blah, blah, blah. And remember, Trump told his people in the Congress to turn it down so that he could run on the issue.
Is interesting, which is that, yes, anyone can become an American, but you don't become an American by believing in American ideals. You become an American by having a set of beliefs and then applying to become a citizen and doing it lawfully and legally. And that is completely not what we have had for the 4 years before Donald Trump.
So to become an American, either you're born here or you immigrate here and then you get legal residence, and eventually from there you become a citizen. If that's the case, and that's what we're respecting, why is Stephen Miller ordering 3,500 deportations a day? And then to do that,
but
the
of
Trump
people who are here
administration-
illegally.
No, because
So are
Trump
you saying we're deporting?
Trump tried to remove temporary protected status of over 500,000 people who are here legally, so that they could reach the 3,500 mark. If someone is changing the law to make someone
Trump's administration has moved to revoke legal status for roughly 500,000 CHNV parole migrants, putting many previously lawful residents at risk of removal. Officials reportedly pushed ICE towards mass arrest goals of about 3,000 per day, but actual arrest removals have generally fallen below that.
Wait. Legal status illegal?
Hold on. Are you
That's
saying
not coming after people who came here illegally?
You're saying we're deporting legal.
We're actually deporting
American
U.S. citizens. We deported a 4-year-old kid with lung cancer. We deported a 10-year-old kid
You're talking about because the
with
father.
brain cancer.
If you're talking about because the
deported
father
a
was
10-year-old kid with brain cancer.
But you're
They
talking about
kept a
because the
4-year-old
father
kid.
was illegal and they didn't want to break up the family.
Was
correct?
the kid an American citizen or not?
By the law of the United States, if the kid was born here by birthright citizenship, then he was. But are you saying
Why are you
that
deporting an American citizen?
Because they were deporting the father.
Why
so
are you
they made
deporting?
the choice.
The reality is that the kid is an American citizen.
No.
Why are you deporting an American citizen unless
because
you are
do
ignoring the
wanna
material
separate,
reality?
You want to separate the father from the child?
No, but if they are receiving medical treatment, life-saving medication in a first world country, granted one of the worst healthcare situations in a first world country, I think it'd be
I just want to make sure we're
Sweden.
talking about the same case. So in this specific case, you grant that the father was illegal, right?
We're talking about multiple cases.
All right,
There's a 4-year-old kid with lung cancer, a 10-year-old kid with brain
the father
cancer.
was illegal, correct?
From my understanding, one of the parents was not documented.
Right. So they didn't want to break up the family. I don't think you would want to do that.
Oh, we don't want to break up the family, so let's just send this little 10-year-old kid back to a country with very bad medical care who has brain cancer. Oh, wow, what a loving, family-oriented Republican. Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit.
Okay, if they were acting in the best interest of the child, why were they withholding medication while they're in detention?
We got to pause here.
Again, the father
I
was
like
illegal.
this guy.
They didn't
This guy did really fucking good.
want to break up the family.
We got to pause here. You've been voted out.
Okay.
What was his
They
name?
didn't want to
receiving a kid with lung cancer. We deporting which is thanks to border people.
Well, first off, that work.
Of
course, that's
countries. It's an
here.
Good move. How you doing?
So your fundamental claim is that
Hunter. Good job, Hunter. You were great.
The father was illegal. They didn't want to break up.
Listen, Dave, I'm going to be honest. I'm a little tired, but I'm not the president, so I'm not going to fall asleep, okay? Give me a second. Let me see that. So I want to defend the Democratic Party because...
Did you think that was funny?
I thought it was absolutely hilarious, but let's slow down. First of all, I'm pretty sure you...
Sleepy Joe. They were laughing at Sleepy Joe for fucking 4 years. But that's not funny. Sleepy Joe.
talked a lot of shit about Joe
They've
Biden.
literally been laughing at the same joke since 2016, and they still think it's funny.
Biden who's demented, but I don't want to talk about that. I want to defend the Democratic Party.
Yeah. Do you not think Joe Biden had cognitive problems?
I'm joking.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm joking. Okay.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party is
Are you in improv or something? I'm just curious.
Can we lock in or
I'm just trying to
lock
figure
in,
it out.
King?
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
listen.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm trying to read what's going on
The
here.
Democratic Party, the left,
Yeah.
is clearly receptive to the needs of the American people because it's shown in the elections. It's shown in the candidates that they're giving out. If you need Zoran Mamdani in New York, you'll get it. If you need Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, you'll get it. If you need James Talarico in Texas, Ossoff in Georgia, you're going to get it. But you know what party hasn't changed their mind? What party is so crazy that they will go back on their #1 campaign promise and say affordability is a hoax? It's MAGA. And it's evident that, hold on, a lot of people say Trump is stupid. And I think he's a little dumb, but I think he's also malicious. Reality is what Donald Trump makes it. And a perfect example is his response to a tragedy. When Charlie Kirk was murdered, hours before there was even a suspect in custody, Donald Trump blamed half of the electorate. Nancy Mace said the Democrats own this. Van Orden said that it was the fake news media for peddling these radical points. You know what AOC said? This is a time that we need unity. This is a time we need to come together. We need to deal with political violence.
Yeah.
The Republican Party, MAGA, uses death as a cudgel to justify the unjustifiable. And that is denying reality. That's making reality whatever you want it to be. And people like you are corrupted enough to spew it all over social media.
Ooh. How are you gonna reply to that one, Dave? Poor old Dave's 2 brain cells are really spinning in there to come up with a response, even though he probably didn't understand 75% of the words that man just said. He's gonna try, though. Let's see what meme he comes up with.
Wow.
Yeah.
All he can say is wow. He's like, wow, I wish I understood a word you just fucking said. It's a shame.
Yeah, I'll respond. Out of all the people, I have to say you're the worst, like by far.
Yeah, because you're having a lot of trouble responding to things I say. Yeah.
You honestly believe that there is a moral equivalence to the tone and tenor of what goes on the right versus what goes on the left?
Not only is there a major immoral equivalence, the immorality is largely on the right. I will own there are some immoral things that happen on the left that I see. But by far, I see more people supporting that immorality on the right than I see people on the left supporting it. People on the left are very willing to criticize their own side to the point of our own party's fucking detriment. I don't know why I'm talking like this. I'm fucking tired. It's 2 a.m. That happens. We criticize our own side to the point of our own fucking detriment. The right does not fucking do that. No, you guys are ride or dies. You hide your mistakes. And you support them. No matter what. Like a fucking best friend who just murdered someone, you're gonna go hide the body with them. That's how Republicans act. People on the left don't do that. People on the left are like, I'd rather not vote, or I'd rather let Trump win and not vote than vote for somebody who I don't fully agree with. That's how people on the left are, and it's to our own detriment.
Hassan Piker, who is the #1 influencer on the left, did he not just go on an interview? I'll give you 2 examples. He went on an interview a couple weeks ago and said that he understands why Luigi Mangione killed Brian Thompson, the United Healthcare CEO. When you guys open up that Pandora's box, guess what?
I'm sorry. I fucking hate Hassan. Of course he's fucking insane. But you're comparing Hassan Piker to Donald fucking Trump, the actual fucking president. You're comparing a Twitch influencer to the actual fucking president who has talked about hanging senators, who has laughed at violence that has happened to Democrats, who has said, I'm not gonna like call this guy after his wife died, or I forget the instance, but like something really bad happened to some senator, and he was like, no, I don't want to call him, I don't like that guy. He never brings down the tone. He always escalates. He never tries to bring unity, never tries to bring peace like Biden did, or most Democrats do. No, it is always escalation, calling us terrorists, bringing military to our cities. Like, come on. You cannot compare Hassan to fucking Trump. If you want to compare Nick Fuentes to Hassan, go for it. But compare Trump to Biden. Compare Trump to Obama. Don't compare fucking Trump to Hassan. It's not the same level. They don't have the same responsibilities.
There's a lot of people that don't like your ideology, and once you can kind of excuse violence, it's coming every which way. And then it happened again. In the New York Times interview that he did 2 weeks ago, he said the same thing. Well, Donald Trump, a lot of people don't like Donald Trump, so I can kind of understand why people might kill him. Once
Hassan's not president.
you guys do that, once you go past that red line.
Did Biden ever go past the red line? Name one super divisive, violent thing that Biden has said. Go ahead.
It literally ends the fabric of what this country is, because we are allowed to have political disagreements. We have deep political disagreements. I would never tacitly endorse or pretend to condone someone if they tried to violently harm you or any of these people.
So they can just talk about it, but as long as they don't actually do it, it's okay, right? I mean, obviously.
But subtly on the left,
That's what he supports.
being allowed. And that simply is not happening on the right. It simply is not happening.
Okay, we gotta stop there.
It's happening by the president. Oh my god, the bell. Dave was just saved by the bell, because that kid was about to fucking go in on him, I guarantee it, and he fucking deserved it. Oh, that's so sad that the bell just rang there. That's gay. Fuck.
There, because we're out of time.
Yeah, see?
Dave,
look,
we are
look,
now
he's
at
so
the final-
disappointed. Oh my god, he could have fucked him up so hard for that.
Portion of the video. Please look around the room. Choose somebody who you haven't spoken to or who you want to speak to more. They will bring their
We
own
didn't get to see Z talk.
claim, and you'll debate for 10 minutes.
Sure. I have to say, first off, I thoroughly enjoyed this, believe it or not. This is what it's all about.
Bring back up the guy who ran out of time. Do it. Fucking pussy. Do it.
Agree to disagree. It's what my entire career and life have been about, so that's just fine. There was some odd moments of real tension, and I could see some real hatred in a couple of the eyes, but two that I did not see it in were you
What a fucking
and you. So this is a
pussy.
complete toss-up with the two of you. But I actually think our conversation was the most interesting, and I think there's the most room to try to get something on the other side of it.
No, he doesn't. He's just doing it because they're a fucking trans person and he's gonna clip them. I'm pretty sure they said they were trans, right? They said they were like trans, drag, and non-binary, I think they said. But yeah. He's just doing that because he thinks they're the easiest opponent because it's a trans person and they're gonna get clips. What a fucking pussy. No, I mean, no offense sorry, I'm so tired. No offense to that person, but like I'm sorry, like that's what Dave is doing and he's being a fucking pussy bitch.
So I'd love to bring you back up.
My surrounded claim is trans rights are human rights. One of the first initiatives of Donald Trump in this current presidency.
Like, it's just because it fits his agenda of what the left is. Like, it's just all the LGBTQ stuff, like, and it fits Dave's narrative, so he thought he could get the best clips out of this conversation.
He put forth an executive order essentially attempting to ban gender-affirming healthcare for people under 19 years of age.
Yeah.
And when we say under 19 years of age, this also includes adults who are 18 years old, who are old enough to go off and die in a war for oil, imperialism, and
In January 2025, President Trump issued Executive Order 14187 protecting children from chemical and surgical mutilation, which defines a child as anyone under 19 and directs the federal government not to fund, sponsor, promote, assist, or support gender-affirming medical treatments for people under 19, including puberty blockers, hormones, surgeries, while instructing agencies like HHS and DoD to change coverage and funding rules accordingly. So anyone under 19 is a child. I wonder how many 18-year-olds Donald Trump has fucked or tried to fuck. Just curious.
Israel, but they can't make their own healthcare decisions?
Okay, let's do this. I love how you guys have to get Israel into this thing. It's like Israel is the one place in the Middle East that you could go and you would be celebrated.
I couldn't get married there.
That's actually the truth. Well, yes, they are not perfect, and no country is, but you would be treated equally and with respect, and they have the biggest LGBT pride parade. It's coming up in 2 weeks. You should probably go. You might find it quite interesting. Anyway, as far as the claim, I 100% believe that trans rights are human rights, or that trans people should be treated equally under the law 100%. Now, so what your claim is about people that are under, let's say, 19, right? Now, that's a different thing. If you are going to chemically castrate a kid, or if you are going to give them hormone blockers, or a series of other things when they are 5, 6, 7, 12, when they're in the middle of what? Wait.
You can't. 5 and 6-year-olds don't have hormones to block. Like they're not going through puberty. Yeah, that's not how that works.
It's not happening.
Wait. It is happening. It is happening. Or if you are going to.
It's not happening with 5 and 6-year-olds. It's literally for kids going through puberty.
To literally have schools where they are calling a child by a different gender and a different name without alerting the parents, et cetera, et cetera. These things are happening. Then
that I would agree is it's a difficult issue, right? Because if the kid genuinely feels like they are trans, and some kids know this from a very young age, right? And if they feel that way, and they are scared that their parents are going to abuse them or mistreat them because of this, I mean, it's a difficult issue. But like, yeah, I agree that parents should be made aware of these issues. Yeah, it's difficult.
And I am not for that. But, however, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 39.
Can I ask a lady?
I'm 39 and a half.
I'll even use your pronouns, because as long as you treat me with respect, I'll treat you with respect.
I'm 39 and a half. I'll be 40 this summer.
All right, great. And so, wait. So let me say something. So I want you to be treated under the law with 100% equality. Every single thing that I and everyone else in this country should be treated to, which is equality of opportunity and equality under law, you should be treated. I'm not that interested in
Wow, what a good guy Dave is.
Talking about my sexuality. It's actually a very unimportant part of my life in a weird way, and maybe that's because I'll be 50 next month, and as time goes by, you realize you just are who you are, and you do the best you can in the world, right? But I understand feeling. I grew up in a time when there was no gay marriage, and when I was a kid, for however confused I was or anything else, there was I never thought about the future because it wasn't even a thing. Like, there was literally no future. And then magic happened over time, and we got equal rights. I have been married for...
It wasn't magic, bitch. It was the left, but whatever.
God, it's a long time now. I've been married for about 13 years. My husband and I have been together for 15 years. We're in a 100% monogamous relationship. We have 2 of the most incredible kids who I want to grow up with the most amount of respect and love, and who are safe and cherished, and all of those wonderful things, as I hope if you want, you will get in your life too. The reason I mention that is because the difference between equal rights for everybody, versus what you might do to a child are very different things. If there is a child who I suspect when you were a young kid, how old were you when you thought you were in the?
I was 5.
Okay,
I was 5 years old
5 years
when
old. Okay.
I realized that I was a trans person.
Okay. I can accept that.
Can I also ask how old you were when you realized that you were gay?
I mean, I came out very late for a series of other reasons.
And are you still gay?
Only after 10 p.m., so I don't know what time it is right now. Oh, look, I made him laugh. There you go.
I think...
Wait, I'm not... Wait, hold on. I'm really... I think I'm granting you an awful lot here. The only thing that I would say related to a 5-year...
I'm granting you an awful lot here, yeah. I really respect you. I think you should be fully respected and have total equal rights. Like, yeah, he's granting an awful lot. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
who
generous.
is having gender dysphoria or whatever term you want to apply it to, is that you should wait until the child can make those decisions properly for themselves. That your brain at 5 was not developed enough to do it. And there was so much social pressure over the last couple of years to trans kids. Abigail Shrier wrote an incredible book about this, that a certain amount of it is a social contagion. That is true. That is empirically true. I'm not saying it was you, right? I'm not. I'm friends with Blair White. I believe that Blair is...
So I don't really have a strong opinion on the minors topic. I see both sides, because I see how some kids obviously are genuinely trans and feel they are trans, and I grew up with kids who eventually transitioned, and I could have told you that they were trans in elementary school, right? On the other hand, there are things that I thought I really wanted when I was at the age of 12, 13, that could have been permanent life decisions that would have been really, really bad, that I realized I didn't want eventually, when I was older. I'm really glad I didn't make those decisions. So I understand how there could be genuinely confused kids who might be questioning if they're trans but not actually be trans, just because it's a thing that they're this is going to be the Republican argument, they've been made aware of it, so now they're questioning it, right? So I understand that argument too, where some kids might really feel like they want to be something that they're actually not, because they were inspired for whatever reason. So I understand that argument too. So this is why I feel like I'm okay with puberty blockers and surgeries for minors, with many caveats. With the caveat that there is years of extensive and serious healthcare and psychological evaluations, just work with professionals, basically just professional evaluations over a couple year span, I would say. So you're talking to a professional, you're seeing a professional, you're being evaluated by professionals until you reach that critical point where it is certified or made okay for this to happen. And I do think the parents would have to sign off on that. I don't think kids can just sign off on that without their parents. Unfortunately, that's just that's how it works. You are basically the property of your parent until you're 18. Maybe not property is the right word, but they have control over you. And I think because I don't know, again, this is kind of an under-researched topic. I don't think it's as under-researched as many Republicans would want us to believe. But I do think more research needs to be done. And I think it would be helpful to to do research into helping trans people accept their transition without surgeries. And I'm not saying don't get surgeries and stuff, but I think it would be great if that there could be ways to help trans people feel okay in their transition, even if they missed out, let's say, on puberty blockers or missed out on surgery when they were younger. So if there was a way to comfort them, find comfort, I don't know, it's hard. It kind of seems different, I guess, for everybody, right? Just like how any mental issue is going to be different for everybody, or how everybody's body works differently. So like there's some trans people who don't need to get surgeries. Some people really feel like they need it. So again, it's a very complex topic. But yeah, that's kind of where I stand on with the minors. I think in the most extreme cases where it has gone through like the professional level and a professional evaluation for an extensive period of time, I am personally okay with a parent and a child making that decision for themselves under the age of 18. Yeah, I don't think it should be like a willy-nilly decision, or kids should be getting it without their parents. Like, I understand that's going to be like upsetting for people. But yeah, that's probably the best way that I see it right now from the information I have.
I believe that Blair was biologically a male and believes that she, and I will call her she because she treats me with respect and I'll treat her with respect, that she transitioned when the time was right. The issue for most people on the right is about the kids. I can tell you this, it's funny because a lot of you tried to use my sexuality against me. Yeah, I'll get there. Listen, a lot of you tried to use my sexuality against me, and I can tell, and it's interesting because you guys also think sexuality is very important, right? So you would think I would have been afforded, as someone that travels in circles that you guys don't. I go to Republican things, and I have to traverse that a little bit, and it can be tricky at times. But I've shown Republicans that you can be a decent human being who can have a family and be monogamous. That job.
Dave, I really appreciate you being kind. We're less than 5 now, and I have not really had a moment to speak.
Yeah. So again, I'm just making the point between children and adults. I want you to
that's exactly what I'm going to respond to right now.
Enough.
I appreciate your kindness. I appreciate you not misgendering me. I appreciate you treating me like I'm just a regular human being. And that's what trans people are. We are just regular human beings with the same struggles, trying to get through this life. Actually, more struggles, because we have this whole group of people who want to take away our rights. Sure. As somebody who's been an elected...
So can you
let me
tell
finish,
me what right?
Let me speak.
But what right?
Yes,
I'm just asking. What
I'm
right as an
saying
adult?
Right now, as somebody who's been an elected official in Los Angeles since 2019, every single year I've seen more and more and more anti-LGBTQIA bills moving across the federal legislature and across state legislatures all across the U.S. And when I say anti-LGBTQIA bills, what I actually mean is anti-trans bills. Bills that are trying to limit our existence in society. Bills that are trying to limit how we can receive healthcare, how we can make our own autonomous healthcare decisions, how we can even participate in going to the bathroom. We all have to take a shit, and that is something we should be able to do freely and privately without somebody recording us in the bathroom and trying to make us go viral and make it seem like we are the predators. Now, you describe this idea of 5-year-olds being chemically castrated. Here's the thing. You cannot compare a 5-year-old who is going to perhaps socially transition and wants to go by a name that is opposite of the gender they were assigned at birth, or want to wear clothes that are different.
Cut their hair, something like that. Like, who cares?
Are not receiving any sort of medical transition. And so you say that they should wait. And that's true. And that's exactly why puberty blockers are prescribed to teenagers that are about to go through puberty. And here's the issue.
How old is that, would you say?
I would say anywhere from probably maybe like 10, 11, 12.
Right.
And here's the thing.
But do you think their brains are developed enough to know the full,
yes, I do.
the full ramifications of what they're doing?
Yes,
a 10-year-old?
Because puberty blockers have been around for over 30 years. They've been prescribed to kids who are experiencing precocious puberty. And yet this has never been an issue for the rights. It is only an issue for the rights when somebody decides, oh, I'm trans, and they together with their family and their physicians want to make that decision. So they're not getting surgery at 10 years old. They're taking puberty blockers to make that decision over time with their family and their physicians. There's no reason why you or the President of the United States should be able to decide what is right for somebody's healthcare, for an individual, for somebody else's child, unless you are their doctor or their parents.
Okay, so listen. I have a couple of fundamental disagreements.
I largely agree with that. Again, as long as it's happening over extensive time, there's obviously some kind of professional involved and an evaluation. I don't mind if a parent and a child makes that decision for themselves.
agreements with that when it comes to minors, but the issue is about trans rights are human rights. So we can
trans people are
two,
disproportionately unhoused, disproportionately experience housing discrimination,
Listen, but
healthcare discrimination.
Again, if you
told
me, wait, hold on.
are legal, we are actually experiencing discrimination every single day in every realm of society.
Yeah, I've experienced discrimination. I'm going to guess almost everyone here in some way has something that they've been discriminated against or judged upon or something else. What you have in America is equality under the law, and you have an opportunity
we
to...
don't when Republicans are trying to legislate against us.
But tell me, so you as an adult, what law is stopping you from doing anything that another person cannot do, that literally anyone in this room cannot do?
See, this is the thing, is you were trying to hide behind this idea of the law.
No, but I mean that.
But the reality is laws are not protecting trans people. If they were, trans people would not be disproportionately unemployed, unhoused.
Didn't Trump literally take away trans people from showing their gender on their ID, like their, for lack of a better word, updated gender, their true gender, I guess, on their ID versus their biological gender? Didn't Trump like make that illegal or take that away? Or is it only on your passport or something like that?
What would you like the law to do for you? Again, the law can guarantee equality. It can't guarantee protection, right? So
yes, it certainly can.
So what would you like the law to do for you?
I would like the law to protect.
Are trans people allowed in the military? Yeah, transgender individuals are currently disqualified from joining the U.S. military. So there's that. Trans people allowed to change their gender on their ID. Yes, but depends heavily on the type of ID and the state you live in. While many states allow you to update your gender on state IDs and birth certificates, federal policies currently restrict gender. Yep. See? Federal policies currently restrict gender marker changes for U.S. passports and social security records, and that's only because that's federal. So that's that's another thing that Trump did.
Protect trans people, and it's not the law. Our legislators are actively legislating against us.
Again, if there was a law, if you can point me to a law that was discriminating against trans adults, they can't get a job, they can't whatever. Then
They can't join the military. Should have said it.
I just did at the beginning of this debate. Donald Trump is trying to ban gender-affirming health care for people who are 18 years old.
You're talking about minors. You're talking about minors.
18-year-olds aren't minors. They can go off and die in a war, but for some reason they can't make their own autonomous health care
Not if they're transgender. They can't join the army.
decisions, according to Donald Trump.
Okay, listen. When we're talking about young people, it's a different thing. It's
Exactly. And these are not your young people. They're not his young people. These are no 5-year-old is walking into a medical office and getting puberty blockers without the consent of their parent or their.
So you don't think there's any element of
they're
social
not getting puberty blockers at all because they're not going through puberty.
contagion over the last 10 years?
I don't. And even if there is, that's okay because there's nothing wrong with being trans. And if somebody decides to detransition, that's okay. But they can't tell everybody else that they're not allowed to transition.
Again, I think we're sort of splitting hairs on this. That we're agreeing to disagree on. Perhaps we're agreeing to disagree on the underage portion of it. But again, as an
how many
adult,
times have you seen people on the right make fun of trans people because, especially trans women, because they look like a man? But you're allowed to what prevents them by allowing them to go through puberty blockers and to make their own autonomous healthcare decisions.
Yeah, but okay. So have we whittled this down to some people make jokes about people? They do. They make jokes about people.
They're not just joking. They're trying to legislate against our very existence.
But again, if
your friend Michael Knowles at CPAC said that we need to eradicate transgenderism in society. That is a direct threat to me, my neighbors, my friends, and family.
Okay, I promise you this. If Michael Knowles or anyone else starts pushing for legislation that will jail you or stop you from getting a job or any of the other freedoms that we all enjoy, I promise you I will be on your side of that. So
well, I can't wait to be on your show soon.
All right, then there we go.
Thanks for chatting, Dave.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Tune in this Wednesday for a follow-up conversation where I'll talk to some of the
I think that was a very reasonable final debate. I don't think Dave is going to get many clips from that, to be honest. The clips that he thought he was going to get. Because he's a fucking pussy. Anyways. So that is that. I'm tired. It's 2:19 in the morning. Hello, duck. Meet rabbit. So I'm done. I'm gonna go to bed. That was fun. I don't know what to call that. That was frustrating. But I expected nothing less from a Jubilee surrounded show. So I'm glad I didn't get copyright struck. Have a good night. Please like the video if you liked the video, and I will see you guys next time.